Okay, we should be live on YouTube. Let us begin. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Kerbal Space Program live stream. Today we are going to be going further than Orbit, because we have done Orbit already. We did Orbit in the last live stream, which was not yesterday, it was the day before. Now, the reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because I was away! I was away with my girlfriend. We went to London Comic Con, which was the first time I've ever been, so that was very interesting. It was definitely an experience. I didn't dress up, but my girlfriend did, and yeah, we had a really good time. It was bloody hot, as it is today, so I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for today, because currently it is 32 degrees centigrade in my office, exactly, which is very hot, very hot. I went up into my loft earlier on, and it was so warm in there that, well, literally, my girlfriend went up and took up some things and took like half a second before being like, nope, absolutely not. That is far too warm. It is disgusting. It is disgustingly hot up there. So yes, the UK is currently going through a heat wave, and it is it's one hell of a heat wave, I will say that. Hello, Mr. Blue Star. Hello, welcome. Honed. Pink, my eyes. Oh yes, my lovely pink Enter Shikari. I think Enter Shikari top. You can just about see the Enter Shikari there on my boob. Is YouTube going to demonetize this video for me saying boob? It very well might do. Purely, I already thought that it might get demonetized for the stream title. The title being something along the lines of how many experiments are we going to be killing today. Now, the reason why I've said that is because we are going to be sending up a dog. We're going to be doing live testing of animals, and we're going to be sending them up to space. Now, I did think about putting that in the title, but then I thought YouTube is definitely not going to appreciate that in the slightest. Yeah, Blue, I sent you a picture of Comic-Con, of me and Leslie at Comic-Con yesterday, and it was great. She dressed up from someone for the main character from Ready or Not, and it went pretty well. Get yourself a big fan and blast it in your face. I mean, that would be really nice. However, if I was to blast a fan into this, that wouldn't be very good. It would not be very good in the slightest. Non-human volunteering object, not dog. I know we have had some recommendations for rats, some cats, some bats, and some diplomats. But we will see. If you will kill a dog, I will never forgive you. Oh no. So maybe we don't send up a dog. Maybe we send up one of my 3 cats. I don't want to be killing one of my 3 cats. You have an industrial fan in your room. It is very good. Very, very nice. Right, let us swap over to the scene where the game is big. Big game. Very big game. Now, at the end of the last stream, I decided that I wanted to... Oh, actually, let's also start recording. Recording started. Lovely. At the end of the last stream, at the end of the last time that we were playing this, I decided that I wanted to swap my research around, and I moved entry, descent, and landing down to below early avionics and probes. But actually, I want this first. I want this because I want to safely recover said cat or dog or something, and entry, descent, and landing is going to be what we need for that, and I feel like that is absolutely the way forward. Our work rate is pretty low at the moment. We are gaining a little bit per day, but it is not a huge amount. If we have a look, we are reconditioning our launch pad, and that will be costing us quite a lot of money. This is going to be done after we research entry, descent, and landing, which is great because that means we can basically build this and then edit it so that we are launching with our capsule on. We're going to go into vehicle assembly building shortly and design that. You should get the mod minimum ambient lighting updated so things are visible in the dark. The difference is night and day, pun intended. Maybe I should look into that. I'm going to turn the music down a bit because I can't actually hear myself think. Right, okay, cool. Put the fan to blow either out the door or the window to get some air circulation. I mean, yeah, I do have my window open at the moment, and it's really not all that great. What are we going to be doing? And my brain might be Brain might be slower than usual today, just purely due to the heat. Right, I think we want to warp to complete this. Oh my god, the flashing. And I do realise some of these lights are blinking. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Oh, there we go. We're getting more science from that satellite that we have in orbit. Lovely. I wonder how much longer that's going to last. 7 days, which should hopefully get us a bit more science. What have we got in our combined? We've got 350 engineers, which I don't think I really need any more than that at the moment, because we can launch a couple of these a year, which is going to be absolutely fine. I think what we want to do is first biological satellite. This is what we want to do. This is absolutely what we want to do. We could also go for first polar orbit satellite, but I feel like this is the way that we want to go, because this will get us the biological satellite will get us a lot more science. Like a huge amount of science, and then once we've done that, we can really sort of push out and see where we want to go. I think these, like 15 applicants, these 15 applicants that I've got, if I put my research up to 100%, right, we still get some money a day. That's fine. If I put them maybe into... I'm not sure if I want to actually complete that yet. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to complete... if I want to spend those 15 applicants, because it is going to make my funds a day go down. Currently, we're only getting 1,912 a month. That is a problem, purely because it costs us about 6,000 to launch one of these. So... yes, we are looking a little bit tight on funding. Maybe if we go for... yeah, I reckon we can go for about 75 still. I think that's fine. We'll leave that at that. That gives us 160 a day, which means we can pretty much launch one of our orbital rockets every month. Now, I'm not going to purchase anything else. I think we are just going to wait until we get this tech. I think rather than warping to complete, I'm going to warp a few days just so I can see how much science we get out of this, because it is going to die momentarily. It's only on 14% battery charge left. It's going to last about an extra day, 2, 1. There we go. It is now dead. Our first satellite is completely dead. How much science did we get from it? We've got 20 science nearly. That is amazing. That should hopefully get us up. Yeah, our efficiency bonus has gone up by quite a bit because of all of that. That's brilliant. That means we should be able to buy some tasty stuff in R&D. Can you fill it with oranges? That's science, right? We could technically. Oranges are technically at one point a living thing, right? I made a lunar impactor, but then I realized I don't have patch conics, so I had to eyeball it, and it missed 8,000 kilometers though, which is okay. That's not that far off. Definitely at some point we are going to need to upgrade our mission control and our tracking station, because, you know, we don't want that happening to us. So, with 19 science, we can actually unlock lunar range communications as well as 1958 orbital rocketry. And I think we want to maybe go for lunar range communications first, because we might be able to get away with just the orbital rocketry node that we've got in order to get us over to the moon. Although 1958 orbital rocketry might be good for getting our little thing back down, but so would early flight control. No, I think, yeah, we'll go for 58 orbital rocketry there, and then soon we'll get 59 orbital rocketry. Yeah, but this should hopefully get us lunar bound. This should get us lunar flybys and impactors. I'd be very, very surprised if we couldn't do that with the tech that we unlock here. In fact, I'm fairly sure we'll be able to go to lunar orbit quite quickly, which will be very, 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 very lovely. Maybe Deep Space Avionics. I believe we have Deep Space Avionics already, but Deep Space Avionics is not something that we need for a long time. I think you can get Deep Space in here. Oh, no. Deep Space come here. But yeah, we don't need Deep Space Avionics for a long time, because if we do a lunar orbit... Ha! Cardassa said do. If we do a lunar orbit, we'll probably do the system where we spin up a probe at Earth, and we make sure that it's pointing the right way before we let it go, and then we just fire up the engine in the moon's vicinity and hope that it works. It's what I've done plenty of times before. It's sort of a faster way to get to lunar orbit. Right, okay, so with those technologies unlocked, I think, yes, it really is going to be time just to warp ahead And that will give us 10,000 funds, which is more than enough to build another rocket. And once entry, descent, and landing is done, I think what we'll do is we'll go in. Oh my god, we've got a satellite up now, so actually warping at this speed with Principia is not a good idea, and it's going to make everything look really, really bad. Oh dear. Well, anyway, we've unlocked that new tech. Now that we've unlocked that, what we can do is we can come into Tuatara number 3, our third orbital vehicle. We're going to edit it, and we are going to build something that should hopefully be able to last in space for a decent period of time. And then we'll be able to return it and get an absolute shed ton of science. Right, so if we do this, this is literally the top of the rocket. This is our payload that we want to return. So, on our payload that we want to return, we want a dog or some kind of animal, an advanced biological capsule, which we can put, say, like, oh god, we want that to be, you know, inside, nice and tucked away. Nice and tucked away. Actually, let's get rid of that. Put that there, like so. We'll bring this whole thing back. I don't think we need a lot of this experimentation. Not for this mission anyway. We probably will put more of these on other missions later on. Then what we want to do is we definitely want an adjustable heat shield. We are going to buy that because that is something that we do want for this. We'll put the heat shield over here. Unfortunately, we can only do the heat sink right now, which means we are going to need to go for a very ballistic re-entry, and we are going to test that out. I think we'll have it so that it is ever so slightly bigger than the avionics. We'll go for something like that. And there we go. We've got our little animal all tucked away in here, whatever it may be. I think we don't really want to make that go any higher. What I might do is actually put up the advanced biological capsule a little bit higher. If I can grab hold of it like that. Grab that up, move that up. If I change so that we have not got angle snap on, so we put that there like that. And maybe if we just make the top ever so slightly bigger. There we go. Cool. This is going to be what we send back down. Heat sinks aren't that bad, but they need to be very heavy to work efficiently. Okay, we'll give this a test. It's Australian. Just drop it off the bottom of the earth to save fuel. Hello, pear-shaped pear. Welcome. Put something heat-proof, e.g. nose cone, between the heatsink and the avionics because conduction could kill it otherwise. So the actual thing that is between the two is the scientific experiment, but I did not know that about nose cones. If we get a procedural nose cone, that is actually quite smart. Because are these... max temp is 1073. I believe that's the same as avionics, right? Yeah, that's the same. Nose cone is exactly the same. 107.3. 1073 Kelvin. I'll give this a go, because I'm sure I've done this before and it worked. Yeah, we'll give it a go. And if it goes completely wrong, then we can, yeah, change things around. But what I need to do is I need to actually be able to send this back down. This also needs to be near Earth, and we need parachutes on this. So there's a few things that we need to change here. Near Earth for one. So if I make this into near Earth avionics, switch to avionics prototype, we make this be like as heavy as it can be, 0.1 tons. This is going to be a little bit heavier than that. Let's make it about 0.3 tons. Maybe 0.4, or maybe even half a ton. Half a ton is probably going to be enough for this. It's only going to last 2 hours and 2 minutes. How long does the scientific experiment on this last for? I need to check this. I think it's a day. We want to keep this in orbit for a day, so I need to make sure that I have a day's worth of electric charge on this with half a ton avionics. That's going to be incredibly heavy. Right, so we're going to use like... Can we do 100%? How much is 100% going to be? Is that going to be a stupid amount? No, it's not. It's only 5 hours. Great. We need to make this a little bit bigger. That's a problem, because now we're going to have to probably tool this again, and... Oh, wait, no, we have to tool it anyway. We have to tool it anyway. That's fine. We have to tool it purely because it's near Earth rather than deep space, and that's fine. Oh, I didn't mean to open up the KSPedia. No one ever means to open up the KSPpedia, but it just happens sometimes. Okay, so controllable mass, 0.5 tons, that's fine. We want to make it so that we have over a day. We've got 2 days worth of electric charge in there now, which is absolutely insane. We definitely don't need that much. I think what we'll do is we'll probably put this down to about 12,000, and then it should last a day, and we'll be able to recover all the science, and it'll be wonderful, and it won't be as heavy as it was before. That should give us a day and 13 hours. Perfect. That's great. Is that a near-Earth avionics? That is. That is supposed to be near-Earth avionics. I can lift a ton to low Earth orbit anyway, and basically, I probably could do this so that I don't need near-Earth avionics, but that's fine. Because I want to be able to control this before, very briefly, before we send it back down to Earth. We want 25, basically the smallest ones, angled RCS block, that's the one. Go for something like this. I don't mind if these burn up. Like that. What I really should do is actually make this an actual tank. Because if it's an actual tank, well, that's what we're going to be using. Right, let's make it a cone, because we're going to shove a load of fuel in this. What is it? It's 737, like the plane. 900, 300, 737. 737, 900 and 300. Cool, that is the exact same as that. And we'll just turn this, basically make this into this. That's now 0.3 tons. Let us... I think nitrogen is the only engine that we're going to have at the moment. Yeah, which is a oh, no. No, we can buy... Oh, it's expensive, but HTP is great. Yeah, we will buy HTP because it is so much better than any of the other ones that we have access to, and we do have a fair amount of money. And I'm going to be using HTP for a while going forwards because it is just great. It is so much better. Wait, I just realised it's New Zealander. My previous joke is void. HTP, my beloved. Yes, we are using HTP for this. We need to make this into real fuels. If I come away, we want to make this into high pressure as we can. And I don't think we want to fill it. I'm sure we can reserve. If we reserve... like, oh no, we can set it down here. Ah, that's really cool. Right, let's do maybe like 30%. If I click it, does that just put 30% in? Yes, it does. Lovely. That's amazing. I really like that. That's really cool. That gives us... Whoa. A stupid amount of HTP. Right, remove all tanks, tank UI, let's do like 10% HTP. That's literally all we will need. Probably not even that. I reckon we could probably get away with 5%, but let's just do 10%. Click that, lovely, wonderful. Now we weigh 0.359 tons. What I also want to do is whack a parachute on top, and we need a way of being able to recover this. So if I come into chutes, we'll grab a chute like that, whack that on there, place that in the middle like so, because we'll only need one. Move that down ever so slightly, like so. Perfect. If I open up the recoloring GUI here and quickly change this whilst it's there. So I want this to be olive paint. Olive, like the previous probe that we sent over. Ox.
The payload should be a Tuatara, all hail a three-eyed reptile.
I mean, that does make a lot of sense. Is the Tuatara a three-eyed reptile? I need to look up. I can't believe I never actually looked up what a Tuatara was. Let us have a look. Tuatara. Right. Is a rare lizard-like reptile endemic to New Zealand, representing the last surviving member of the ancient order Rhynchocephalia. Often called living fossils because they are the only surviving members of the order which first appeared around 244 to 241 million years ago. Widespread during the Mesozoic era. Cool, so they're older than, you know, T-Rex. Many primitive features such as a temporal bar in the skull. Can't see anything about 3 eyes at the moment. They've got a spiny crest which can be erected for combat. Amazing. Fellas, welcome. Hello. Welcome, welcome. All four verbal kind. Verbal kind. Oh god, that doesn't sound good. For all Kerbal Kind episode released earlier on today. That was not a lot of fun to film. There was an awful lot going wrong with that episode. Things always tend to go wrong. Right, look at this. This is so great. Like, how big this scale is on my 4K monitor. That is fine. Okay, so what I want to do is only use one chute, 0 spare chutes. Wanted touchdown speed can be like 6 meters per second. That's fine. All of that is fine. That's, yeah, parachutes used 1. Apply settings. Cool. 36 tons. Bloomin' heck. That's quite a heavy parachute. The moon curse struck back. It did indeed. What really upset me about that, though, is that I had sort of planned for the lunar sample return. I had planned for it. I had built a rocket that could do it after testing my original design and realizing, oh, I don't have the tech I need for this yet, but this is what we need to build. It's just that because, yeah, I filmed all of that in October last year, I forgot that I needed to change it. And what I should have really done is simmed it again, but I don't really have the time to do that when I've simmed it once already and everything was successful. But anyway, okay, that's fine. That is now weighing 0.37 tons. I wonder how we're going to get this back down to Earth. I get a big old ring decoupler. That's basically what we're gonna decouple. I wonder if maybe we get a ring decoupler on the other side. Go for something like this. Make it 0.737. 737, because that should match what we've got there. Have a look at what sort of solids we've got. We could do like a GCRC. That might be a little bit too heavy though. How much are these? 0.25 tons, because yeah, we can... ideally, I still want this to be under 0.5 tons. Maybe we could even just go with some of the separation motors, because these are pretty good. And literally taking something this small would probably do us all right. I think a couple. Variance might be a problem if I had a couple. How much delta V does that give us? 76 meters per second. It really doesn't add an awful lot, though. What happened to the Kerbonaut? What Kerbonaut? Oh, that's just someone else. X-15 cockpit on top of a rocket when I was completely clueless about planes, not fun. You know, the first time I ever played RP-1, I did the exact same thing. I thought, I need to launch someone up really high. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm literally just going to send them on top of a rocket. That seems like the smart way of going about doing this. Right now, I'm trying to put a lander on Venus in Juno New Origins, but with an aeroshell like the Viking lander on Mars. I hope it survives. Good luck with that, Ryan Tamby. Good luck. They survive, but only just. You have to size the tanks properly. That is fair. That is fair. But yeah, no, that is exactly what I did on literally the first time I played RP-1. I was like, oh, this is a genius idea. No one's ever going to think of doing this. I didn't even know what an X-plane was at the time, to be fair, so that may be why. But yes. Anyway, oh, it's big. Oh hell. That's sizable. That's certainly sizable. We only want one of these. What I want to do is do something like this. Does it would this work? To be honest, it's going to get in the way of the parachute. If we do that. It looks so weird. It looks so weird. I wonder if this will work, though. Look, the parachute is basically a solid rocket. Like, so the plumbing of this... Who knows how the plumbing of this works, but it sort of goes up through here and, yeah, that way. Would that... Oh, okay, that might not be central anyway. Yeah, that doesn't actually... Oh, that doesn't look central. Why? Select mode. Okay, yeah, that's probably why. If we select, like... engines. Okay. That should be the one which tells us if... Well, clearly something's going wrong there because there should be torque. There should be torque, but there is no torque. Why is there no torque? There should have a circle come up saying, this is a bad idea. Screw you. So yeah, that's not going to work. I wonder if we could maybe get a small sort of... Where did my ring decoupler go? Did I get rid of it? I did get rid of it. Damn it. Where did that go? Curses. I wonder if we can get a small U1250 up here that might help. Flip that round. Do it like 0. Whatever this diameter was. I think it was 737 because I made the comment that it was like the plane. 737, and we get sort of like a small tank on here with barely anything. 737. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can. There we go. Engines mode only works if the engines are in bottommost stage, by the way. Oh, I didn't know that. Fair. I did not know that. Okay, but we are going to put the engine in the bottommost stage for this. Yeah, that probably would help. 0.7. If we make this a cone, this is actually going to look somewhat alright, maybe? We get the top to that 0.737 or 737, and we make the bottom follow these, and then we get the length like that. Oh, do we want to decouple this though? Excuse me. Because what we could have done is, you know, just had this like this. I like this. I've basically made some sort of Sputnik. I like it a lot though. I like it. Maybe I just don't decouple this, but actually no, I do want to decouple this. But I want these to not get smashed, and they are currently going to get smashed. They are going to get smashed. I don't know if that will work. But anyway, we're going to make this into a high pressure, because I believe this needs pressurized tanks. It does. Wonderful. What we'll do is we'll fill that, and that brings us above the amount that we need, annoyingly. If I put that there, that gives us 571 meters per second, which we absolutely do not need. If we go for like that still puts us above what we need. If we go for like that, 4.86, that's fine. We can take this low Earth orbit, and it gives us 158 meters per second to get back down. It's going to be an incredibly quick burn. But the max thrust to weight ratio is only going to be 3.24. So that's only 3 Gs, very, very briefly. That's not actually that terrible on the creature that's inside. I think that's acceptable. I think what we want to do is, rather than, you know, use these antenna on the side, which I think are all disabled anyway. Yeah, they are all disabled. We're actually just going to get rid of those, and this is going to be our spacecraft. And what we'll do is we'll open this up, change it into green, olive paint, and there we go. We've got our design for our first sort of dog that we're sending to low Earth orbit. This is our first thing that we're going to send, and hopefully we won't kill it. I don't know if this will work, but we will see. Okay, where is... I want sides being plain metal. Currently they're foil. I want ends being plain metal. Currently they are foil. Plain metal. Okay. Great. That's great that that's plain metal, but I don't want that bit. I want... Why can... I don't understand why that is now foil. I can't see it. I can't see foil anywhere on here. I'm going to leave it. Right, so this is to Atara 3 mission. And then what I'll do is I'll grab this, put that on there. And this is now to Atara. Oh no. To Atara 3. Save that. Come out with this. That should hopefully give us enough. Ah, damn it. Mission. Cool. Save. And let's give this a simulate. But we want to simulate this whilst it is in orbit. So if we start in orbit, and I reckon we start in orbit with an inclination of about 39, because that's where we're going to be launching from. Orbital altitude of about 250 kilometers, because I feel like that's pretty good. Circular orbit, that's absolutely fine. Don't want to enable part failures. Yeah, I'm happy with all of those. Let's simulate and see how it's going to go. What's the dog called? The dog... I mean, it's not a dog, it's a Tuatara. We're sending a lizard to space. This feels so Kerbal, I love it. Will that destroy the antenna? Yes, it probably would have destroyed the antenna, so we have removed the antenna. There is a texture selector UI. You can change the foil block with that. There's a UI for that? Because I'm fairly... Oh my god, that's laggy as anything. What is going on here? That is incredibly laggy. I don't like it. Ugh. Maybe it's because I'm recording whilst in space. I just get maybe a slightly better... Nope, that's still really laggy. That's still really, really laggy. Doesn't like that at all. Okay, well, let us activate all of those. And what I want to do is I want to stick myself prograde, because this is technically... Retrograde is at the top of that. And we want to use... some of our RCS fuel, barely any of it, to stick ourselves prograde. I wonder why this is being so laggy. I wonder if this is also killing the stream. It might be. How does this look? Oh yeah, I'm slow. Try reducing the upscale scatter factor for the volumetric clouds. I do wonder if me recording this... Let's try stopping recording, because that might be using up more system memory that I don't have. Right, I'm no longer recording. Has that improved anything? No, not really. So I will hit record again, because I do want to record this and maybe release some sort of video. Okay, well I came out of the game and I came back in, and now everything is a lot smoother. I've got, honestly, no idea what happened there. That's very interesting. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. That's so weird. Very, very, very interesting. Right, because yeah, now this is buttery smooth. Oh yeah, look at that, silky. Try limiting your game's FPS. If not, I possibly could do that. I don't know what I've got it set to, if I've even got an FPS limiter. Right, anyway, we are prograde. So what I need to do is actually... use R. Oh, I can't do anything. Balls. Balls, balls, balls. That's not good. But anyway, we do have ullage, which is fine. And that puts us... Yeah, we probably don't even need that much. 243 is absolutely fine. Let's give that a go. Minus 281. That might be too steep. So then what we want to do is decouple this. and go retrograde or surface velocity like that. Let's see if this survives. If this doesn't survive, we'll have to maybe look at doing a little bit more design work, but hopefully this will. If these burn off, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. If they don't burn off, great, we can recover them. But we are going for a very, 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 very ballistic re-entry, because we are using just a heat sink, a heat sink with absolutely nothing on it. There is, yeah, there is no ablator on that at all. That I'm sure that they normally do have a ablator, but apparently not. Right. Oh, great. We're gonna be coming down over night time. When we do this for real, this will not happen. We will make sure that we can actually see what's going on. I can't see why. For like, YouTube is really not liking this stream. Like, it's telling my analytics are really bad. Oh, YouTube, why are you drunk? Why are you drunk, YouTube? Maybe I shouldn't look at analytics. Maybe what I should be looking at is stream settings. That seems like a more up-to-date version. Yeah, let's keep with that. Right, we are now in the atmosphere, and we are spinning. Hopefully spinning is something that is pretty cool to do. It's a good trick, after all. The beardy penguin. Uh-oh, what's he up to now? Doing a live stream series. So I've been doing this for the past week. We made it to orbit yesterday, just doing a new PNLC RP-1 career, because I thought, what can I do after Kerbal gets real Redux finishes and I've got a bit more time to spend? We're going to do a RP-1 series from the very, very, very beginning, and it's going all right. We're in 1956 at the moment. We have made it to first orbit. We made it to first orbit last stream. Took a whole week. And yeah, now we're attempting to send a dog up to space, or a Tuatara, the New Zealand reptile, and hopefully return it without killing it. There's Firefly firing up. Oh, that's already heating up. That's what we don't want to see. Hopefully we burn off speed quickly enough that the heat sink is fine. No. No, that was not okay. Do we need to go more? Do we need to go more ballistic? Because that was I'm fairly sure that was the heat shield, was the first thing that blew up. Yeah, adjustable heat shield was the first thing that blew up. More heat sinks. That is fair. Oh. The heatsink only works in very ballistic orbits. I know it does. That's why we're trying to get a very ballistic orbit, but it seems like we need more than 158 meters per second of delta V to get that very ballistic orbit. I wonder if it might be sensible to use a solid. I mean, this is silly. 300 and whatever that is. That's 0.68. The GCRC. That's. Oh, it's not that expensive. It's not that expensive. We can definitely afford that. Yeah, we're gonna buy that. Probably shouldn't have bought that, but it's definitely a good thing to have. 729 meters per second. That's a lot. That puts us up to 0.6 though, and I definitely want to change this around to make this look a little bit better. But what we do want to do is actually make sure that this has got enough avionics. So we need to get up to 0.6, 0.596. Why did that go down? Oh, because we've got less battery. We still got 1 day and 5 hours. That's perfect. That's more than enough. Let's give this version a go. Hope you're enjoying the bank holiday weekend though, bud. I am indeed. It's so bloody hot. I went to London Comic Con yesterday with my girlfriend for the first time ever. Never done that before. So that was interesting. And today I've gone to Tesco and bought my weekly shop and sat outside. And also edited the For All Kerbal Kind video, which released 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. Go check it out. If you're in this live chat and you've not seen it yet, go check it out. We try landing, we tried doing a sample return on the moon. Doesn't go very well. Anyway, we're gonna try this. I feel like 740 meters per second. That's gonna put us in an insanely ballistic re-entry like profile, but it might do the trick. We'll give this a go. Let's not save that as Tuatara 3. Let's save this as Tuatara 3 mission, which it will be like, yeah, you've already got a thing. Oh no, I think I've got loads of these now. Let's simulate this and see how this goes. Let's keep it at that, yes. Yay, solid rockets, GCRC. Oh my lord. Did I say it the wrong way around? I always get that mixed up because it's quite difficult to say. It's like so many. Oh, now we got lag again. Maybe if I come out of the game again and back in. Right, that seemed to fix it last time. Right, I'm out of the game. Now I'm back in. Yeah, it does. I just need to go in and out of the game. That's so weird. Right, we don't want to fire that solid up there. What we want to do is face prograde. We want to turn to prograde. And then fire up this solid. Heatsink are basically sinking the heat into them, so you may get better performance with having more mass, so maybe upscale it a bit. We could try that as well. That might not be a bad idea, but yeah, I think we need to go more ballistic, definitely. And yeah, maybe we can make this slightly larger as well. We'll try both, because it was the heatsink that died. It wasn't any connecting part that got hit through convection, it was the heatsink. The heatsink was the critical failure of the mission. Right, let's fire up the GCRC. This is going to put us into an incredibly ballistic orbit. Ballistic re-entry. I might need to up my bitrate. I said that on the last live stream that I did. Surprised your indoors are fully dressed in this heat. That is true. I have mentioned over the beginning of this live stream that, yeah, it's very, very, very hot at the moment. 33.3 degrees inside here right now. That is disgusting. That's like literally unhealthy levels of hot. So I need to be careful. If if it gets too much hotter than that, I probably will have to stop streaming and vacate to a safe area of my house. Hate to burst your bubble, but an adult Tuatara is only 1 kilogram, whereas an average Labrador can be 25 to 30 kilograms. So we've got a very small... We've either got a very large Tuatara in here, or it's got a lot of space. Tuatara would qualify as a regular biological sample capsule, but not the advanced one. Okay. Can we change it to a Komodo dragon? They're pretty big. Are they in the sort of region of an adult Labrador? I know they are very, very, very large. Right, let's see how this works. The spacesuit adds a lot of mass. It's just a very large one. Well, 25 to 30 Tuataras. We got a lot of them in here. We got a huge amount in here. Right, will going minus 1.8 megameters, like, do the trick? Because we are going to hit the steeper part of the atmosphere very, very, very quickly. And, like, this should slow us down insanely quickly, where hopefully it doesn't, like, the heat doesn't really get in the way. Right, there we go. We are heating up. Yep, we've already got that Firefly sort of visual effects going on. We are losing speed. 6,400, 6,300. This is where we were when we blew up last time. I think it was about 6,000 meters per second. And it looks like this is the way forward because we are not getting any overheating indicators. We are at 45 kilometers. Yeah, we are getting it now, but we've slowed down so much that I think we should be fine. The amount of G's that we are pulling, though, probably does mean that whatever is in this capsule is going to die. Because this is, yeah, that can't be comfortable. That cannot be comfortable, but we survived. That's all we needed to do. We didn't need a bigger heatsink. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. I'm going to follow this down all the way because I want to make sure that the parachute works and that we don't, you know, die when we splash down. This 3D printer is driving me mad. I keep trying to play my own RP-1 save and getting distracted, but this thing not working, by this thing not working properly. I thought you said you got it fixed. I thought it was working. I thought you got it fixed. Unfortunately, in recent years, we get more 40-degree days every year now on the continent. It used to be a thing of myths in Central Europe, but alas. Yeah, we tend not to get that higher temperature in the UK yet. I honestly could not imagine that. That would kill me. Also, the heatsink needs to be much larger and heavier to function, ideally over 50% of the total mass. I don't know what this mass of this heatsink was, but it seemed to work. By the way, this GeForce killed Radina 4, so I think the Tuataras are dead. Yep, Komodo clock. Can you turn down the camera shake? That was horrible. I can turn down the camera shake. I usually have that off, but I think because it's a new save, it sets the setting to normal. Where is it? It's like under video settings, isn't it? Camera wobble external, camera wobble internal, apply, accept, resume. There we go. I think this is fine. Oh, we've landed. Oh no. I was like, those are islands over there, but no, it's just, I think it's my TUFX profile doing weird things with the sea. Very weird things with the sea. What's your tip for making more beautiful rockets? My rockets look like a child recreation of a rocket. I don't know if I'm really the person to go to for that. If you have a look at the thing that we have just sent up to space and returned, it's a little bit horrible. I say you should give N9 a 1,000% higher parking ticket next time. You know, he never actually paid me for landing in Australian waters. I can't remember which of his missions it was that landed there, but yeah, I do remember that being a thing in For All Kerbal Kind. The N9 was a little bit close. A little bit close for comfort. And landed nearby us. Right, so that is 0.596. I really want this to look better than this. So I think what we are going to do is probably get something that hopefully is insanely lightweight. We'll get, like, the truss. Top diameter can be, like, 100 mil. Bottom diameter can be that 737. 737. Length can be like that. Rod diameter can be like that. And then we basically put it on like that. That does put us overweight. No! Hang on. Wait. If we make it like this. Come on. Aluminium stringer tanks. There. No, we're still overweight. Good lord, we're large. We're rotund. All right, let's make the length. Maybe we do something like this, and it's so ridiculous. Let us maybe make the bottom diameter so it kind of sticks on like that. There we go. We are 0.597. That is not enough. That's enough. We are going to be, yeah, we are light enough for the avionics to point us in the right direction to a tyrant. You should cause an international incident because he didn't pay his parking ticket. What sort of international incident would you like to see on For All Kerbal Kind? I mean, I'm fairly sure Beardy has been causing several international incidents over his previous episodes. If you go and check out his most recent video on the series, I'm fairly sure, I might be wrong, I might not be speaking correctly here, but I'm fairly sure it's called Assault on Skylab. Crew crash into someone's house. Very sternly worded letter threatening follow-up letters. Now that sounds like the British way. I like that. I like it a lot. That's what we're going to do. Right, anyway, Tuatara 3. This isn't really Tuatara 3. I want to don't save, and I want to grab the actual Tuatara 3. And great, it's overwritten it. Wonderful. Don't save. Is it somewhere else? Yeah, here we go. Tuatara 3. Lovely. We want to grab that. Oh, maybe I just picked the one that said mission. Maybe it didn't overwrite it. And I'm just blind. I'm being stupid. Oh, we've lost the... We have lost the payload fairings, which is a little unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Right, there we go. It's only like 0.6 tons as well, and this was already proven that we can get up to like 1 ton way higher than just a low Earth orbit as well. So this is absolutely fine. I think we are more than capable of getting to where we want to go. What I want to do is just merge this, because I want to steal this like that. And there we go. I don't have to remake the payload fairing. Rip the payload fairing. Yes, we did lose it, but it's fine because I've got loads of others, and we can just do what I just did, and it's fine. It's cool. We don't have to worry about that in the slightest. Let's sort out our staging though. So we'll whack that there. We want to decouple those boosters. That's fine. Fire all of those up. Yep, fire those up. That looks good. Decouple the boosters. Get rid of the payload fairing, fire up the engine, because we want to hot stage this. Then we want to let go of that stage. Then we want to remove the procedural hollow truss. And at the same time, we want to activate those. Then we want to fire the solid rocket. Then I don't know what the... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we want to... There's the avionics up here that we want to get rid of first. We want to... One of these. I think it's this one. Ring decoupler. It's definitely the lower one. We want to get that ring decoupler, and we want that to go at the same time as this. I reckon? Yeah. That should be fine. And that is our mission all done. Let's save to Atara 3. Already exists. Overwrite it. Yep. No, we do want to overwrite it now. Then what we want to do is come into here. Tooling cost isn't going to be super heavy. If we tool it, it's pretty much exactly where it was before. So yeah, that's going to cost us like no additional time to build, which is absolutely wonderful, even though we are putting in a new scientific experiment on here, which I would have thought would have really screwed us up. But there we go. We'll purchase all toolings, and we'll give it a simulate, see if we can do this from pad to orbit, and make sure, no, we don't want to start in orbit, and see if this will work, which I'm fairly sure it will. Ooh, shiny. It is indeed shiny. Where is this going, bro? Why does it need that giant rocket? So this is just going to Earth orbit, low Earth orbit. So a key thing about RSS and the real solar system compared to, you know, stock KSP is that the real solar system, in order to get to Earth orbit, you need to have 9,400 meters per second of delta V to get to orbit. Just to get to orbit. That's a lot. That's a lot more than stock. A lot more than stock. Right, so if we go for a 250 kilometer orbit, which is exactly where we want to be going, if we set that to current, then what I want to do is I want to come into here. I want to turn 90 degrees. Yep, that's fine. That's definitely right. And then my last stage is going to be 3. Last stage will be 3. And hopefully, that is good and should be able to get us into orbit with no problems. Let's engage autopilot and see if this works. So, this is basically our only orbital rocket at the moment as well. And because it's our only orbital rocket, we don't really have anything lighter. I think once we unlock 1958 orbital rocketry, we probably could get away with sending something a little bit lighter to space. However, I'm not sure if that's sort of a route we need to go for this anyway. This does weigh, you know, it can take... This mission, right, this rocket can take about maybe 1.6 to 2-ish tons to low Earth orbit. It's pretty capable. And I suppose we are only taking up 600 kilograms, so yeah, it definitely is overbuilt. But it's always nice to be overbuilt. It's always nice to find that you have more fuel than you need than to find out that you've got less fuel And then suddenly you go, oh shit, I can't do what I was supposed to be doing today, which is definitely something that has happened to me quite a lot recently, especially in For All Kerbal Kind. Things have been going very badly in that series. Things have not been going well at all. And yeah, it is probably a lot of it due to the fact that we have been taking these massive long breaks in between episodes. And I'm a little bit worried about that again now, because I am pulling ahead. I am very far ahead of everyone else now, being in June 1969, and everyone else is quite far behind me, and I don't want to pull too far ahead again. But I do want to keep releasing videos of that every other week. So we've had one episode out today. I do want to release my next episode out in 2 weeks' time. But that will put me probably... That might just be 1 mission or 2 missions, that video. But if I go any further, really, I might be able to get away, actually, with just staying in June 69 for my next episode, because Carina, the rocket that is going to perform first docking and first EVA in that series, is built. I've built it. The only reason why it didn't fly in the last episode is because I need to go back into the save. I need to go back in, and I need to... Not in the save, in the game data folder, and I need to rebuild my EVA suits for the European Space Agency. I lost those quite a long time ago, and I don't know where, I don't know what I did with them, but it was a little bit annoying. And I need to rebuild them, basically, before I go on an EVA, which is going to be the thing that happens in the next episode. It's going to be the European Space Agency's first time going EVA and doing a docking in space, using the Carina spacecraft, which was an Italian sort of, not even sort of concept, it was sort of one research paper that I think sort of mentioned it, and Beardy very kindly went and basically flattened the Mark III capsule so that I could use that as Carina, and we are going to be seeing that. It can take a crew of 3 up to low Earth orbit, and it is definitely what we're going to be doing, so it is more capable than Gemini, as well as, I think the Chinese equivalent is Shuogang? Honestly, I don't know how to pronounce it. And the Soviet equivalent would have been... Oh... It's been so long since I've looked at those. It's like Vosgod and... I don't know how to say them. So it is more capable than them, but he has imposed a limit that I can't use it to go to the moon. He has set the heat properties on it so that I can't use it to go to the moon early, but I do have MRC, the multi-role capsule, for that anyway, which will be coming very, very shortly. Every time I play RP-1, I experiment with all kind of builds until I reach early hydrolox, then it's RL10 on all the vehicles. Yeah, that's fair. That's very valid. Very valid way of playing RP-1. Very valid indeed, because hydrolox is just king. Hydrolox is the best thing ever. The difficulties of async series releases, yes. Yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead, but yeah, I think the next episode I should be fine just to stick within a month, but then after that, I don't really have anything planned after that. I don't know what will be the next step. Probably moving into doing Crude Lunar. I think, as long as Carina goes okay, I should be able to get enough funding to do Crude Lunar. Although, tooling the Ariane X is going to be bloody expensive. It's about 1.5 million funds. I'm not sure where I'm going to get that sort of money from. Also, hello, missed the stream yesterday. There was no stream yesterday. There was not a stream yesterday. It was the first time this week that I had not done a stream. And I'm going to see how the rest of this week goes. And there was a reason. The reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because I was at London MCM Comic Con, which I'd never been to before. First time ever going. Very, very fun. I didn't dress up or anything, but my girlfriend did. And she had lots of people coming up to her being like, oh, you're the person from Ready or Not, which was very cool for her. But yeah, no, that's why I didn't stream yesterday. I also may not stream tomorrow, and the reason for that is that it is my mother's 60th birthday. So I'm going to be spending time with my mum tomorrow. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream. And also, it is supposed to be like 33 degrees in the UK outside, which would be killer. That would probably be dangerous to my health, being in this tiny, small, contained office where the temperature is reaching, you know, 35 degrees, and I basically die of heat stroke. So there may be periods over the course of the next week where literally the weather will not permit me to stream, but we will see. At least they made it more complex with locking MLI layers pretty far into the tech tree, but as soon as you have heat radiators, even the probes move from storable fuels to hydrologs. Yeah, radiators are pretty good in RP-1. Combine that with MLI layers, but yeah, I do miss the days. I really do miss the days where MLI layers, you could get 100 MLI. You could get 100 MLI layers from the very beginning, because that basically was a great way of getting over to the moon. I loved it. It was great. I think, considering it says that we're going to have... Well, it says we're going to have 0 meters per second left. I don't like that. Why are we going to have 0 meters per second left? Is this actually not going to make it? It should do. This might not make it. What? No, it should do. We're pretty much there. We don't even need to be going at like 800 meters per second faster. Why does it say that we're going to burn... Why does it say that we're going to burn to 250 kilometers by 4.288 megameters? What? No. No, 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 no. Stop. 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 Stop it. You've been a very naughty rocket. What the flip? Why? Early shutoff is the deorbit motor. Ah. Your shutoff stage. Change it to 3. Right. Ugh. See, I didn't know that. Okay, but that's fine. Yeah, we can get it to orbit. That's absolutely fine. I don't need to test that. I just need to remember to set that setting. That's annoying. That's annoying. Look at your chat. Mountain Dew times toothpaste ingredient fluorine when? Soon. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday are going to be grim. So Tuesday, I actually plan on going to the beach. I'm off work all of next week. And my plan is to literally go to the beach with my girlfriend. I think that'll be really nice. But I might be back in time to do a stream. Because I'll go in the morning. I'll go in the morning. And I'll sit around on the beach for like half a day. Put lots of sun cream on because I am blonde and I am quite pale skinned. And I don't want to burn. I'll sit around, I'll play in the sand, I'll go crabbing off the pier, catch some crabs. Not done that in a very long time. That was a thing that, you know, did a lot when I was younger. But this is fine. What we're going to do is we're going to save the edits. And then, yeah, stream in the evening. There is a video that I want to release maybe on Wednesday. Maybe I should start doing some shorts again as well. But yeah, I've got another video planned for Wednesday. I don't know what I'm going to release next weekend because I've got no For All Kerbal Kind planned or ready to release. Might do a one-off video. There is one-off video that I have been sort of working on for a while that definitely I do want to get out. Right, 145. Cool. A day. That's absolutely fine. We are going to... Can I... Right, if I go into mission control and I do, like, first biological satellite, can I pick that up? Will it? Oh, yeah, it does lock the other one out. But it doesn't lock... Downrange milestone. Out. Thousand units of sounding payload is really heavy. Might still be able to do it though. I'm wondering, do I pick this up and try it whilst we do the animal one? We just whack on some extra sounding payload on there somewhere. Honestly, I think we might be able to do that. Let's have a look. I think I want to go have a look because I think that might be possible. Right, let's come back in and edit to Atara 3 again. And that way we get more confidence, and everyone loves more confidence. We want more confidence. Exactly, that's definitely what we need. Because I am not confident in my own space agency in the slightest. All we need to do is take it like here. How much is... Right, so this is 0.897. How much can this take? About 8 tons. What we need to do is we need to get, like, this. Real fuels. I want this to be the heaviest that I can do. Make it like that. Let's get that down to maybe about there. So that's 0.935 at the moment. If I go into the tank UI and add 1,000 sounding payload, that's only 3.18. Bloomin' heck. Yeah, 1,000 sounding payload is actually a huge amount to add. Yeah, maybe we won't be able to do that. That basically brings us to there. It still might be possible, considering this is supposed to be able to take like 1.8, 1.9-ish tons to low Earth orbit. It might still be fine. I'm going to give it a go. 1,000 units is only half a ton. Yeah, that should work out for us. I think we should still be able to do this. I'm going to give it, once again, another test, because I don't want to, like, you know, do this and then lose out on a stupid amount of science because it doesn't actually work as I thought it would. But, yeah. I'm going to give it a go. And not only that, we are going to hopefully see it get to orbit properly, because we'll set the mech jeb properly. Early shuttle stage tells it which stage it should stop the burn on. If you disable that setting, it will use everything from every stage it has access to. Oh, okay. That's interesting, and that's really good to know, because, yeah, we don't want to be burning ridiculously and then suddenly realizing that our rocket has got nothing left. Yeah, it's basically burned everything. But what we are going to do is come over into Ascent settings. PVG settings. Yep. Last stage is going to be 3, and early shuttle stage will also be 3. We want to go for 250 kilometers by 250 kilometers. We want to engage autopilot, and that gives us 891 meters per second there left, which I believe should be enough to get that 1,000 units of sounding rocket payload over 6,000, you know, 6,000 kilometers downrange. Well, it will, because we're not sending it. We're not sending it 6,000 kilometers downrange. We are sending it to orbit. So it definitely will work if, yeah, by the looks of things, this will work. Although it does mean that if we have a failure on this at all, adding that extra, you know, half a ton may make things a little bit worse. But we'll see. E.g., early start-off stage 3, but last stage 0 is a setting I've used before when using the Baby Sergeant rockets as the orbital insertion stages with a coast. Fair. What mod makes the Space Center look like that? So we are flying from New Zealand. We are at New Zealand, so we are at the New Zealand Space Center, where Rocket Lab fly from, where the Electron is flown from. And what makes it look like that? Well, it looks like a normal Space Center. It's just in New Zealand. That's the only difference. I guess the grass is blue because we are flying from Blue Zealand. But yeah, there's not really anything else. We're using parallax to make things look a little bit better. That tells it which stage it is allowed to use. This is a different thing to which stage it should stop burning at. Here's an idea. Glue 3 space shuttles together. Why? Why? Why do we want to glue 3 space shuttles together? I think we're going to be able to do this. Yeah, that says that we're going to have like about 253 meters per second left, which is 220. That number is going down all the time. 215, 213, 212, 209. I think, no, this is fine. I'm pretty sure that we will be able to complete that contract, as well as complete the one that we picked up. One thing I am just going to make sure is fine is that when we fire this up, our avionics don't die, because we've added a load of stuff to this. And what an incredible looking payload we have there. A big silver tank, a weird New Zealand Soviet-style probe with some sort of animal inside, potentially a Komodo dragon, and then a solid rocket on the top. And, oh yeah, avionics unlocking controls. That is a problem. We did not have avionics for a point there. I'm guessing that means that, yeah, we basically launched this and we ran out, but then we gained it really quickly. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's literally 0.02 tons over the amount of avionics that we have available on this. Maybe we should sort of investigate that. I don't really want to up the avionics on this at all. Oh, great. Now my YouTube stream page has gone. This page is having a problem. Try coming back to it later. You could also open a new tab or refresh this page. Let's refresh this page and hopefully my live stream comes back. Connect your encoder to start a preview. Has it died? No, it's still there. It's just YouTube is being drunk as always. I wonder if it is because I've decided to change streaming to 2K. It's fine. I think it is fine. Put the Komodo dragon on a diet. Honestly, I think the 6,000 kilometers down range only requires sufficient avionics for the first 50 seconds, which we have way past before we get to this stage. And if I have a look at the ascent guidance, yeah, we're going to have about 250 meters per second left. I'm perfectly happy with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to revert back to the vehicle assembly building. We're going to tool up that tank that we have just built, and we're going to launch this. It's been like an hour and 10 minutes of the stream already, and we've not even got to the first launch of this stream yet. And that is because, yeah, we've just been designing, like, dilly-dallying around building this up. Okay, cool. That is fine. I will tool that, though. Hopefully it's not going to cost a huge amount. 782, that's fine. Tool all. Wonderful. Purchase all toolings. That should mean that hopefully, yep, we've edited barely anything. We're going to save the edits, and we're going to pick up that contract, and that means that we should kill 2 birds with 1 stone from 1 single launch. I am a bit annoyed that we couldn't do the polar launch, because that would have given us a lot more reputation. However, it's not the end of the world. We are about, what, 200 reputation away from max, which is quite far away. I would like to be a lot closer, but I think this will still give us, yeah, it gives us about an extra 100 reputation, but it gives us confidence as well, and confidence is always nice to get, because that does mean that we can... Oh, no! God damn it. No. There I was thinking, oh yes, no, we can cheat the system. We can pick this up, but it says it is incompatible with it. God damn it. I just spent 700 funds for no damn reason. Oh, why did it not? Why is it there then? Why doesn't it hide it if I've picked up that contract? That's annoying. That's really annoying. Name the Komodo. Stream suddenly dies. The Komodo can be named Gerald. And if it is a female Komodo, it can be called Geraldine. What if you duct tape 7 of those together? For 7 times more payload to orbit. I think that's how it works, right? Yes, because the rocket equation does not exist. The devs thought of that. They did. Why? I don't understand. So... sort of an optimal way to play RP-1 previously was to, you know, try and complete as many missions as you possibly could with 1 launch. And it seems like we've moved away from that. And me having played RP-1 since, you know, about 2018... it's just so annoying. So annoying. Right, well, anyway, I'm not... Let's go back in and edit Tuatara again and remove that 1,000... Not tons, I was about to say 1,000 tons of sounding payload that we added. Let's go back into Tuatara 3 again and remove that 1,000 units of sounding payload that we have added, because we do not need to take that up to low Earth orbit, and it's just going to make things heavier, and I would rather have the bigger margins than basically lifting an additional 1,000 tons of school children's experiments or whatever we want to send up as sounding rocket payload. Right. Save edits. Hopefully, we're not going to have to come back into the vehicle assembly building for a 3rd time, before this gets finished. I guess, actually, one thing that we do also want to look at is in the administration building. Oh, yeah, we have hit the downward peak of this. I think if we complete this now, we get 17.5. Maybe what I do is I finish this, and I finish this at the same time with this launch, and I think that's the best way to sort of cheat the system. So we want to... yeah, we get 3,000 if we warp to complete, and we'll get a bit of money. So on the 2nd of September, we are done. I think we want to build another one of these in case it goes horribly, horribly wrong, which it very well could do. I want to check on that contract. Yeah, I think we've got enough time. We want to roll this out. It's going to take, like, 10 days? 7 days? I can't actually see how long that's going to be. But yeah, we're going to warp to complete, and hopefully this goes according to plan. Should we do a sunset launch? We've not really done a sunset launch. We tend to warp until sunrise and do a sunrise launch. But I think it's time for a sunset launch. Something new, something different. Something that would be good to see. Oh man, the green poo isn't coming back. The green poo is not coming back. The green poo has flown its last mission. We're never gonna be seeing green poo ever again. So if I remember, you rated the Vanguard as the best early rocket like a few years ago. Wouldn't a Vanguard Heavy be better? I like the Vanguard because it basically you can build it under like 20 tons. It's insanely efficient for an early game rocket. And it means you basically don't need to build any sort of huge launch complex, but you can't really get an awful lot to low Earth orbit with it, and that's a problem. I think it's the Vanguard, isn't it? Or am I thinking of Juno? No, I am thinking of Vanguard with the Redstone, sort of like Redstone-ish engine, lower stage, AJ10, and then GCRC, I think. From what I can remember, I did a lot of research when I did that video, and it was a long time ago. So, because my brain is completely addled with diabetes and UNC status and sun and all of the bad things that I've done over the course of my life, I can't remember things very well. I think the ADHD has a play on that as well. I'm really, I used to be really good at remembering things, and as I've gotten older, it's gotten a lot worse. Right. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, no, no, 2, no, 3, 3, minus 1, no, 3, 2, 1, 7. Definitely not those two numbers together. Actually, our payload fairing is on the wrong stage. We want to put that on its own separate stage. 3 still stays the same. Yes. That's number wang. 3. Okay. Engage autopilot. We are on our way. We're going to have about 600 meters per second of delta V left if this goes according to plan, which it very well may do. How's that for a view of a launch? Let's actually, you know, watch. Let's get a good view for a launch. It's our first launch of the live stream, our first technical launch. You know, we have watched things. Oh, I don't want to set position. No, I want to set target with click. Let's look at it from this angle. This is this rocket's best angle. If you look at it from any other angle, some people say that it looks like it's put on a little bit too much weight, but I think this angle is the best angle for this rocket, and it looks good. It looks trim, looks lean, looks like it's been going to the gym. Anyway, I think our stages are all correct. We hit 2. What is our zoom speed? 0.3. That should be fine. Okay, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. We have had successful ignition on every single engine, which is always great. Can't really tell. Oh no, I pressed 9, and not 9 on the numpad. I meant to press 9 on the numpad, so I started zooming in, but I pressed 9 on the action group's 9. Hopefully nothing goes terribly wrong. Because, of course, I forgot that I set 9 to blow up the rocket immediately. Where launch escape system for Gerald? Gerald doesn't need a launch escape system. Gerald is made of stern stuff. If the rocket explodes, Gerald will survive through sheer force of will. Will being his best friend. Permanent failure on RD-108. That would be truly, truly catastrophic and terrible. 3 ads. I've got it set to, like, the lowest amount of ads that YouTube Live will let you do. So I don't know why you got 3 ads in a row. That sucks, though. But it does help me out, so thank you very much. It means that I get probably, like, 0.001p more from this video. Capitalism, he says, as launching a Soviet-themed rocket. I mean, this is weird in general, isn't it? We've got a Soviet star. We've got a Soviet style of rocket. So, full-on communism. We've got the Royal Air Force. We've got the New Zealand flag, the UK flag. And we've got UK engines. We've got Soviet engines. The only thing missing here, really, is American-style stuff. But then I suppose the rocket was sort of intended to look slightly Americanized. And we've got the Earth Aeronautics and Space Administration flag, which is the flag from Kerbal Gets Real Redux that I designed. It's all round a complete bastardization of about 30 different things. I had no idea YouTube did 3 ads, but I'm happy you get money from it. Test light transient shutdown on RD-108. No, don't say these horrible things. The complete mix. It is a complete mix. It's a complete mix of absolutely everything that it possibly could do. Ignitions are guaranteed on the pad unless you turn that off. I normally turn that off, because I normally like to make things as hard as physically possible for myself. But I don't actually know if that setting is turned off or on. It might be. I'd have to have a look. Is the AJ10 a bad engine? The AJ10 is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful engine. The AJ10 is absolutely fantastic, but it is really shit when you first get it. It is so incredibly good that they're still using it to this day when it was first used in the... I think the 50s, and they are still using it to this day. However, if you use its 50s configuration, it is terrible. If you use it and get a bit of test light data on it, it is pretty damn good. It's only missing engines from Jeb's junkyard. Jebediah was unfortunately unavailable for comment when we asked him for his biggest engine. When questioned further, he looked rather shy and hid behind Valentina. 1957 on Vanguard. So yeah, the 50s. I did think it was in 57. The only reason why I know that is, yeah, because it's in the 56 to 57 orbital rocketry node in RP-1. The vast majority of my space knowledge comes from either RP-1 or looking into things to make my RP-1 playing time a little bit easier. I've mentioned this on streams before, and I'm fairly sure I've mentioned it on videos as well. I knew nothing about spaceflight before KSP. Like, I knew about the Apollo missions. Wouldn't have been able to tell you really anything more about that. And I knew of the space shuttle. I knew about space in general, but I didn't know about space flight. KSP was hugely eye-opening to me, and even then, for like the first probably 4 or 5 years that I played KSP, I only played stock mode. I didn't play any of the realism modes, so I still didn't look into real-life space history. And it was only when I discovered Scott Manley and his series, Spaceships Are Serious Business, or Space Flight is Serious Business, whatever his RP-1 series was, the one that he did, that I got into RP-1, and I thought, wow, this is really cool. And then I started my YouTube channel, and it was only really after starting that I actually looked into real-life spaceflight. big proponent of me getting into it was actually for all Kerbal kind, because I realised, oh my god, I actually have to do sort of real designs. I have to sort of follow what the European Space Agency have done. Yes, I should really look into that and actually get a bit more of an informed sort of design process when I start designing rockets for that series. Because if you go back to the original Kerbal Gets Real, a lot of my rockets are just what I came up with in my head because I didn't know any better. I just designed things that I thought were efficient, but they didn't really follow any sort of in real life sort of designs. And it did help that back in the day you weren't as restricted in RP-1. So I remember in that series air lighting LR-105s, which is absolutely something that you cannot do now. They have to be ground lit, you know, the core engine of the Atlas, because it was such a fantastic early upper stage engine. Like, so good in early RP-1 that if you didn't do it, what were you doing? Jeb's biggest engine is the Nerve. The Nerve, it's definitely nervy. Wait, what? You should send a dog named Pluto to Pluto. I mean, we have sent Freddie Mercury to Mercury. That was a stream that I did a very, very, very long time ago. We've done Mercury to Mercury. We did start doing Saturn to Saturn until TD Channel came along and beat me. Because I was doing that on a live stream series and he was just like, well, I'll do it by myself. Fine, I'll do it anyway. And then we literally sent a Saturn V to Pluto after that because reasons. Following real designs is boring. That is fair. I do like following real designs sometimes. But, yes, I do like coming up with sort of my own things. And I have mentioned over the course of this live stream series that I do actually find it harder, now that I know about real designs, to sort of come up with something completely original. Because I do tend to reach into the old back pocket and think, oh, what could I take inspiration from that would make this better? Although this, I suppose we are sort of following an R7 with this, but we are sort of bastardizing it with, you know, the British upper stage. Cool. We have made it to orbit. Which is, you know, yeah, something a little bit different. How long is that going to last us? 8 hours and 38 minutes. What we want to do is turn on the biological sample. There we go. Yeah, we get 44 science. That's just pure science. Right, we want to be honest, we probably are fine just decoupling that next stage. I'm quite happy that that's not going to cause me to have a complete meltdown and cry because something has gone wrong. I hate decoupling. Let's hit R for RCS. Yep, no, we still have avionics. We should hopefully last for... Oh no, we're going to last for exactly a day. 1 day and 3 hours. Interesting. Why is it going up and down? Possibly because of the communication. I don't understand why... Oh, hang on. Wait. No, we are just running the biological sample. That's fine. We don't want to run any of the other experiments. I mean, we could get video imaging. I probably should have taken that off. I don't really want to get video imaging, though. I want to last the full day with just the biological sample. I think that's what we want to do. We want to basically, yeah, get as much of that biological sample as we possibly can. How long do we have to stay in space? I did not know that our apogee had to be above 1,500 meters. We could have done that. Why is that a parameter? Why does that exist? Is it because we want to send a dog to the Van Allen? But who put that in? Who decided that was this contract parameter? Fuck's sake. That's fucking dumb. I'm sorry, excuse my French, but that's not fine. And yeah, check for stable orbit 1 day, which we can do. Read the contract next time. We want to destroy Gerald. Yes, we want Gerald to be blasted with radiation. Luckily, we did build another one of these. And to be honest, we are going to need to do that. We might add a little bit more electric charge on this as well. Right, let's leave this in orbit as long as possible. That's really upset me. Yeah, we are building up another one of these. Let's actually just name it whilst we're here. Just make sure that we aren't going to run out of electric charge. Yeah, we'll keep that screen up. Right, let's rename you. This could have been done 2 friggin' launches ago, but no. My pain must continue with this first probe, this first program. If we would have completed this here, we could have finished the program, and then we could have got something that would have paid us a lot more money. Oh god, you said French without censoring it. I did. I want to get into RP-1. Do you have any tips? Watch some of my videos rather than my streams. Don't do as I do. Do as I say in previous videos, because right now I'm doing absolutely everything wrong, it would seem. Well, there is Alt F12. There is Alt F12, but I'm not going to... I don't know. I feel like if part of the contract requirement is to send poor Gerald beyond the Van Allen belt so that we can absolutely blast that Komodo dragon with radiation... Not a sentence I thought I would ever say. Well, then that's what we're going to have to do for the contract. And it does mean... Yeah, we should still be able to do it. Oh, we are running out of electric charge now. We've got 3 hours left. I think we probably just send him back now. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? All right, we're coming over Australia. Or, you know, Indonesia. Actually... yeah, let's just point prograde. Fire up our big old engine and get this safely back down. Mike Plays RP-1 is also a good series. I did recommend that on the live stream that I did on Friday. I've not watched it myself. I've got a couple of tutorial videos for KSP RP-1. I am going to start maybe making a few more. There's definitely a few that I have ideas for. I might even remake my old sort of 10 things I wish I knew when I started RP-1. Maybe this time, PNLC edition. But I don't know what I'm going to put into that yet. I'd have to think about that. Who will be the next Komodo? So we've already had Gerald. Maybe we go for... Berald. Yes, Berald the Komodo. Right, anyway, enough of this. Enough dilly-dallying. Fire up that GCRC, GCR 33 KS to 800. Let's get this on its way down. Can you make a MechJeb tutorial? I don't really know how the new MechJeb works myself at the moment. It's been going pretty badly. I can think of a few things how to use ascent guidance for downrange rockets, for one. I mentioned earlier on that I was going to potentially release a video on Wednesday, Jimmy Maguchi. That is exactly what that was going to be. And you are going to get a big fat credit for that because you literally told me how to do that. So thank you very much. What lets you get V-Clouds and Parallax? Soul. That was also another thing that I was planning on doing, was talking about doing a video for getting graphics mods for RP-1. Right, anyway, let us spacebar. Oh, God, and we want to go retrograde or surface velocity negative. Well, the Soviets didn't recover their biological experiments, so sending into Van Allen belts would be fine. I mean, did they not recover Leica? I thought they, well, it was recent, not even that recently, but yeah, for the longest time, no one actually knew what happened to Leica, at least outside of the Soviet Union, and they did come out saying, oops, oopsie daisy, we killed her. Oh no. Is Soul on CCAN? Soul is on CCAN, but you have to go through a few steps in order to get it. And that's why I was going to make a quickie vid in order to go through those steps, as well as some other graphics mods. Another graphics mod that I don't actually have on this install right now, but I am planning on getting at some point, is going to be Kerbal Effects, because I've seen some videos of that recently, and it does look very nice, and I want all the pretty things. I am impartial to having lovely, beautiful things sent my way. So I would like all of the pretty things. I would like to make my game as pretty as physically possible. Oh. Well, hopefully, Gerald doesn't burn up and die. Why is the management screen still open? No one wants to see the management screen. Gerald is hopefully successfully coming back down. I tried Kerbal FX, but the aero trails didn't work well with Procedural Wings. Fair. I've seen some screenshots of the person who is joining in For All Kerbal Kind who has used it on their For All Kerbal Kind install, where they have definitely used Procedural Wings and it looks okay. Gerald, there's a Kerbal in this. No, there is no Kerbal on board this mission. There is, however, a Komodo dragon. Didn't even know Sol was a thing until recently. Could be a lot more visible when installing RP-1. Yeah, it's like the new RSS Reborn. So the RP-1 Express install, when you select it with the special way of getting Sol visible, is, yeah, it does actually include Sol as part of that process. I don't know why it's not on the standard repository for CCAN Sol yet, but yeah, you basically have to add Sol as a new repository for CCAN. How much RAM do I have to handle the game like this? I have 64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. I did want to get 128 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, and I was planning on doing that once my, yeah, when I got a decent chunk of money. However, I don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon. Thanks, Sam! Because, yes, RAM right now is more expensive than friggin' gold dust. Is there a way to make Mars-Venus flybys without taking a year to get there, or that's how it usually is? I mean, you can. Means you're gonna take it's gonna take a lot more delta V to slow down though. You could literally do a Brachista cone trajectory and get there incredibly quick, but you'd also need to burn like her once you were there in order to slow down. But yeah, flybys you can do really, really quickly. It's how I managed to do the Saturn flyby in For All Kerbal Kind so much quicker than the other two that were also flying to Saturn, because I basically said, fuck it, send it, we're going to burn as much fuel as we can at Earth and try and get the most direct trajectory that we possibly can, because we ain't gonna bother slowing down when we get to Saturn, because I don't care. I just want the flyby. I want to first. I want to go somewhere and claim that I've been there before anyone else. I'd yell at NVIDIA first. That's also fair. You should let AI design an RP-1 mission. I did I did a short where it was like, I let AI control my space agency, which was going to be a series. And I didn't do very well, so I decided, actually, no, I'm not going to do it. What I was going to do is I was going to do shorts for every year up till, like, 1969 or wherever it got to the moon. And then I was going to edit it all together into one big cohesive video. But the short didn't do too well, so I decided against that idea. Plus, you know, AI icky anyway. From Mars, you can put a big heat shield on and really dive into the atmosphere. You could. You might be able to, yeah. That would require a lot of planning in order to get right. But look at that. We got like 39 science from that. We got a load of science from Earth orbit, which is absolutely fantastic. That still upset me, though, because we should have, you know, finished our program by now. Really annoying. Right, anyway, we're getting 48 funds a day. Oh, God, that's not good. What are we going to spend our 45 science on? Well, I reckon we pick up 58 solid rockets, because that's definitely going to be something that we want. I reckon we go basic avionics and probes for those deep space avionics. I think we may go for... We want to start maybe looking at getting crude. Crude would be good. Maybe rather than spending on deep space avionics. Yeah, I probably should have gone for crude first, because I reckon the avionics that we've got are fine. We could get this. No, I think, yeah, we'll go for early flight control, because that's actually going to be really useful. that's 15. That would be 28, so we can't quite get both. We can get 30. That's 19. I do want early flight control because it is going to help us get towards basic capsules. We also need crew survivability. And early flight control does mean that we get RCS upgrades, and it means we get these RCS thrusters, which are going to be really great for, like, sort of early satellites. Komodo dragons are venomous apex predators. I pity the poor chump who has to crack that capsule open. Where's Errol? Kerald, Derald, Errol, Ferrald, Herald, Lerald, Gerald, Kerald, Lerald, Merald, Nerald, Errald, Perald, Querald, Rerald, Serald, Terald, Uerald, Verald, Werald, Eric, Zerald, Gerald, Zerald. They were the ones that didn't make it, unfortunately. But yes, I'm going to go for stability, and it also means that we can still get the solid rockets, which I think we will get. Or maybe, oh, we're so close to crew survivability. Maybe that's what we go for. Oh, I don't know. I really want that, but we need to get that, and we need to get that. There's a lot that we need to do before we go for crewed. 59 to 60, yeah, I think we will go for this. Because I'm sure there are other ways that we'll be able to get science. Reconditioning the launch pad, that's going to take 4 days. Let's warp to complete. That should hopefully give us a lot more money. I think what we want to do now, though, is we do want to come into here and we want to complete this, because I think we are at the end of this. I think we are done with the amount of money, and I'll just get a bit of reputation, and hopefully early lunar. Wait, what? We can pick this up already? And I could have done it by complete... Oh my god, why did I not know this? That's so upsetting. We could have had so much more money coming in. Because this is so much more. Do we go... I think we do... I think we do breakneck, because we get 320,000 a year. I think we've got the rocket that will already be able to do it. First lunar orbiter uncrewed is actually not that difficult to get if you can do a lunar flyby. Lunar, yeah, I reckon we go breakneck. I reckon we can do this in 3 years. That gives us to 1959. Perfect. We're going to pick it up at breakneck. We've got the confidence to do it. Yes, let's do it. And I want to see how much money we get. So we're getting 22 funds a day right now. We're going to come into here and we're going to pick this up at breakneck speed. And that will give us... 900 funds a day. That's pretty good. I can't figure out how to clone my KSP. Yes, Control-C, Control-V. Lol. Just as a heads up, don't do the same thing I did and pick up early sats to early. You need so much science. You do. You need this. Because you need the Chernikov and, yeah, all of this. Which does mean that it takes a long old time to get that. Not gonna lie, X-Plane Research is the best early game program if you're willing to build X-Planes. Yes, I did do a poll before starting this, well, when we first started this live stream series, if we wanted to see X-Planes, and the overwhelming consensus was do not do X-Planes. You've already done it once, let's not do it again. Right, I think first things first, what we do is we go into research and we whack that up to 100%. We are going to be getting quite a lot of money, and I think we now put those into science. Let's get our 5 applicants into science. There we go. I think I might auto hire up to 500 because we are definitely going to want more scientists. And I think if we set our reserve funds to about 10,000, there we go. We should start getting those in. We'll get that in somewhat quickly. Maybe as well, we do want to look into setting our engineers at the 200-ton launch complex. We maybe want more because we've only got 350. Yeah, I'll do that after the scientists. I think that's fine. What is a Carnassa? Hi, how did you make those lights so shiny? These lights so shiny, it's basically the TUFX profile that I'm playing with. I don't like how they flicker though. And what is a Carnassa? A Carnassa is me. Yeah, do some whacking. We will do some whacking. Does Sol work for Volumetric Clouds version 3? No, I don't think it does. I think Sol is only for V5. If you want to use V3, I think RSS Reborn is your best bet. What other mods go with RP-1, or should I just get RP-1 on its own? I would recommend getting RP-1, the basic Express install, following the Express install if it's your first time trying it. And then maybe once you're a bit more comfortable, maybe have a look at other things that you can add to it, like Principia, or, yeah, there's a few things that you can probably add, but definitely, until you're a bit more comfortable with modding RP-1, stick with just RP-1 Express install. Right, anyway, current vessel, Tuatara number 4. What I want to do is have a look at mission control, actually. Lunar flyby uncrewed. We should be able to do that hopefully somewhat soon. First lunar impactor. We need to upgrade this. So if we upgrade that, that's going to cost 539 a day. That's fine. We still get 233 a day. We can't upgrade this yet. When's that construction going to be done? It's going to be done in 1957. It's going to take 111 days. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. No worries about that at all. And I think Tuatara, what I want to do, I'm going to warp to Sunrise, and we're going to simulate Tuatara 4. And we're going to see if completing that active one that we've got, this first biological satellite, if we complete this going above 1,500 meters, if that's going to be okay. It's not going to, you know, die from coming in a lot steeper. So if we edit this and sim and see how this goes. How do you get your UI smaller? There is a UI scale setting within Kerbal Space Program. So I'm playing on a 4K monitor, which KSP is really not designed for. And the 100% scale makes like things look really, really, really small. Did the Tuatara return? The Tuatara did return. We managed to get it back safely, although because I am an idiot and didn't read the contract parameters, I did not realize that I needed to go above 1.5 million meters. What does Sol do other than parallax and volumetric clouds? It makes... It adds a couple of new celestial bodies. Not only that, it also changes the names of some of them. Like, the moon becomes Luna. Right, let's simulate this. Simulate. But yeah, there's a few things it does. Fun fact, I am so bad at coding that I once broke an entire KSP install by replacing a texture that was required by my spaghetti code. Don't necessarily have to be bad at coding to do that. You might be good at coding. People overlook things all the time. Look at those lovely cliffs over there. Right, let us make sure that this is all set correctly. So, I think our last shut-off stage should still be 3. 3 is definitely 3. The number you shall count to is 3 and only 3. 5 is way out. Early shut-off stage, 3. Last stage, 3. That's fine. Right, target perigee. Let's go for 200 and... I reckon we go for like 230. I think that should be fine. Current orbital inclination is fine. Target apogee, let's set that to 1550. Engage autopilot. That gives us 1,280 meters per second on that stage left, which is absolutely fine. That means we will be able to hit that. We do not need to build a bigger rocket for this. The thing that I am concerned about is sending that payload back down, because I feel like we might kill the poor little Tuatara, or no, Komodo dragon that is on board this. Hello, people. Hello, Nils around. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 3. Sunbear, are you okay? Where is Sunbear? Yeah, Sunbear, I hope you're doing okay. There. That's a bit of a weird troll, I will say that. You know what? I'm just going to get normal RP-1. That is absolutely fair. Normal RP-1 is still pretty damn good. I mean, I have basically got normal RP-1 here. The only thing that is different from a regular, plain, boring, old, standard RP-1 install is the fact that we are running Principia on this as well. I'm like halfway through my drink already. Way over halfway through my drink. It is still 33.5 degrees in here. Look at that. That's very warm. Very warm. So warm. I might actually, at some point over the course of this stream, have to use my Be Right Back screen for the first time since I've started live streaming again, because I might have to go refill my drink. I might have to go get more. I'm scared of trying Principia. Principia is great. It does take a little while to get into, but once you sort of understand it, I find it allows you to do some very cool things, and it's actually a lot easier to do some things that the stock Pacl system doesn't really allow you to do. Like, if you saw my episode of For All Kerbal Kind earlier on today, there was an issue I had around Venus that probably would have been a lot easier for me to figure out if I did not, if I had Principia, because I could have changed the reference frame and I could have decided the angle at which I would have approached Venus from a lot easier. I could have figured that out a lot easier than the stock system allows. So that would have been, yeah, I would have liked to have had Principia on For All Kerbal Kind for that reason. Vanessa, please send me some Ribena. I don't know where I can get it from around here. I do know your new... No. Do I know your new address? I don't think I do. I know you showed me somewhere that you were planning on moving, but I'm not sure if I know where you did actually move. You might have sent it to me. I can't remember. I will send you an entire crate of Ribena. Do you update your install through CCAN? And what's the name of the UI redesign mod? Yes, I do update this through CCAN. CCAN is what I'm using to get all of the mods from this, except ones that aren't on CCAN, like Principia. Principia I had to download separately. And yes, as Nils Lorand pointed out even, it said theme. It said theme using UI replacer. I think it would be cool if we get a general relativity mod. Fair. My worry is I will do the start of the game fine, and as soon as I get Orbital, things at Principia will mess me up. So basically, if you want Principia in your install, you really need to do it before you get Orbital. Before you get Orbital, you can sort of like play around with stock Pacl, and then you can decide to add Principia later on. But as soon as you hit Orbital, you can't really move either to Principia or away from Principia without a lot of pain, because it is going to mess up every single one of your spacecraft that are in orbit. I think it also might do weird things with the planets as well. You should probably start with Principia at the beginning of a save, but if you had to change it, do it before you do have things in orbit. We are going to make it to the orbit that we desire. Oh, we need to have a stable orbit for one day. That's going to be a problem. We are definitely going to want to... I mean, it should, theoretically... Let's get rid of that. That was a lot more of a push than it was before. 1 day and 5 hours. Right, that's fine. If we do just a little bit more of this, that's only 3 hours worth of science that we're going to get. I think that should be fine. Because, yeah, we basically want to get all of that science. 23 hours. And then we want this to stop. Because once it stops, hopefully, 1 day and 1 hour. Perfect. And we should be able to stay in space for the duration of time. I just don't want to get to a point where, you know, I need to burn at my apogee and I've run out of electric charge, because that would be very, 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 very bad. And that would make me very upset. Ooh, it's been... I think if we look at the Earth, that'll be a little bit better. Let's make sure... Yeah, let's wait until we have done this. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool, we've completed it. Oh, wait, we don't even need to return it. Okay. Well, that makes things a bit easier. But we are going to return it because we're not cruel barbarians. That's interesting. Yeah, we've got 4 hours and 43 minutes left on this, which is fine. I did not know that you did not need to return that. Devs, fix this. This is bad. But we do. We want Beryl back. Is that who we've gone with? I thought it was something completely different. I thought it was not Beryl or Gerald. I thought it was something like Tim. Maybe we do go for Tim. Why am I not warping properly? And where is my spacecraft? Let's wait until we get to our apogee. Right. This is the important part. So, we are here. We have signal. Lovely. Apogee in 6 seconds. What we want to do is we want to point prograde. Let's turn the RCS on. This is where I am a little bit worried that things are going to get a little bit sticky. That is an absolutely stunning shot of Europe, though. Look at that. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. Komodo face. I like that. We've literally, the space agency that we are, put a vote to the public, and the public replied with Komodo face. Pretty. Hello, TD channel. I think I mentioned you earlier on in the stream, actually. Welcome to the stream. I think I was talking about how I was live streaming Saturn V to Saturn, and then you came along and basically said, fine, I'll do it myself. Kind of like insert Thanos meme here. And just did it. Is this TUFX profile on your Discord? The TUFX profile that I'm using is just from CCAN. I'm not entirely sure which one I'm using right now. I am using Fox Lukewarm Experimental Features. So yeah, it's one of the Ballistic Fox profiles, and it definitely, yeah, I love it. I think it looks absolutely incredible. Ballistic Fox seriously cooks with all of the graphics mods. Right, anyway, let's not kill Komodo face. Lamau, yep, that's accurate. If I recall, I was actually prototyping it, saw you doing it, and went, oh, I gotta get that mission out now. Fair. Can we rectal actively? Oh god, no, don't do that. Rectal active, that sounds horrific. Can we retroactively give the Komodos the last name Kerman? Yes, yep, Komodo face Kerman. I mean, that's an awful lot of K's in one name. So we are minus 1.9 megameters. It's a lot of megameters down. Let us decouple this. And then if we go retrograde, and we wait until... Oh, that is so beautiful. Honestly, Sol looks friggin' amazing. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. But anyway, we are going a little bit faster now, because obviously we, you know, were a lot higher up. We have completed the contract, which is great, but we do want to return Komodo face home, even though this is only a simulation. Amaze. Oh, talking of Project Hail Mary, so I've mentioned it a couple times over the stream already. I went to London Comic Con yesterday, and me and my girlfriend, we were walking around all of the stalls. I'll have to get it at some point. I'll have to take a picture and upload it to my Facebook. Not Facebook. Why did I say Facebook? Who even uses Facebook anymore? Discord. And basically, some person had done a print of Project Hail Mary, and it looked incredible. It was honestly so good. And yeah, we bought it. And it was Fist My Bump, a picture of Rocky and Grace together like this. Rocky was in one, Grace was in the other. And yeah, looked absolutely fantastic. Wow! Oh my god, that did not even sweat. It's clearly Prince Andrew. Fucking nonce. But yeah, we managed to get through. Anyway, the project Hail Mary print that we got was very, very cool. Sorry, I've killed myself. I've tickled myself a little bit with that comment. Yeah, I'm quite happy. The Komodo is going to be as flat as a pancake. Very fun Project Hail Mary print by the sounds of it. It was. Yeah, I will take a picture of it later on after I finish screaming. I mean, I scream during every stream. I will take a picture of it later on after I finish streaming and probably post it to my Discord and be like, look at this, amazing, so good. Did you start the experiments? I mean, the experiments don't really matter here due to the fact that I did turn them on. I did turn it on and we did get all of them. But yeah, they don't matter here because this is just a simulation. So we're going to revert to the flight. We're going to revert to the vehicle assembly building. I'm happy with this. I'm happy that we are able to go the extra distance and still recover this safely. Komodo McKomodo Face will live. They will not die. And in about 90 days, we will be ready to launch them to space. So let's save the edits. Let us time warp into the future. And I think once this is built, we're not going to do it right now, but we are definitely going to do it once we are a little bit, you know, further ahead. What is our research looking like? Early avionics and probes, that's pretty cool. Lunar range communication, yeah, we definitely need that. Because we need to start thinking. We really, really, really need to start thinking about going to the moon. So let's warp to complete. How much funding do we get? We lose funding? No, we should get to there. Right, let's stop warp. Because that's going to kill early... Right, okay, come on. Come on, behave. 500 researchers in 6 days. We're getting 178 funds a day. That's fine, that's fine. Because I really, really, really do want to get lunar range communications quite quickly. And then once we get this, next step will definitely be to launch that mission. Right, come on. 500... Go on. There we go. Perfect. This is going to be done now in like 26 days. I think we leave the amount of researchers as is at the moment. Because we are sort of like puddling along, poodling along, piddling along. Don't piddle along. Poodle along, puddle along. Oh, maybe we do get some more. I don't know. I kind of want to launch to Atara 4 first, actually. Right, let's do it at this speed. Can't go super fast time warp anymore because we do have Principia, and because we have Principia, well, it's going to kill the game. How many days? 10 days? Construction is looking good. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and bam. Done. Roll out. Don't rush. Roll out. It's going to be done before the end of 1956. I reckon 1957 might be the year. I have a good feeling that 1957 will be the year that we do get lunar operations done. Don't time warp too fast or Kerbalism loses its mind and your power disappears when it shouldn't, which kills the crew. Yes, that happened in Kerbal Gets Real Redux, and it was really upsetting. So remember that time TD sent a Christmas tree to Pluto that had a Saturn V as the tree topper? Imagine that, but with your Saturn 5 × 4 as the tree topper. Oh my god. The ultimate Saturnception as the tree topper. Right, TD, if you're still here, you know there's sort of collaborative videos that you can do now. That's a new thing that YouTube added. Let's combine our missions together. that was disgusting. Even getting, I mean, that ultimate Saturnception, that was gross. I think that was like, oh, I can't even remember. It was huge. It was very big. It did get the official TD channel seal of approval. It was a very proud moment for me. You said you had 64 gigabytes of RAM. Would 90 gigabytes plus benefit KSP? Yes, I imagine it would. It's very RAM hungry when you get mods like this. We can roll this out to the launch pad. I think How far off are we from completing that? We are going to complete that at the very beginning of January. That's a little bit annoying. We're going to lose money building this now. How much tech credit do we have? 148,000, fine. Right. Oh, Launch Complex is now currently doing sweet F-all. Yeah, it's really recent. I've started seeing it on more sort of established channels, but when I go to upload a video now, there is an option to invite a collaborator, and I don't know what it does. I think it sort of posts the video on both of your channels. I don't really know, but it's a cool little new feature. I'm not sure what it does though. Definitely Kerbalism being dumb and not me flipping the wrong switch that killed KDRR. Yes, it was Kerbalism being dumb. Right, okay. I think we do need to design some sort of lunar mission. Or at least something. Because right now... yeah, we're not really doing anything. I think we go and design a lunar flyby and a lunar impactor. Can we at least do both of those at the same time? Because if we can't, that... I'm gonna literally throw the top of one of my diabetes injections out the window. So the YouTube collaboration feature allows creators to link up to 5 channels to a single long-form video or YouTube short. When the invited creators accept, the video appears across all the channels. That's interesting. I might have to talk to N9 and Beardy and the new guy for all Kerbal Kind about that, because that might be something worthwhile doing. Although I don't know. I feel like, because it would still just be the one person at a time, maybe that's not the best idea to do it for all Kerbal Kind. And that is if N9 uploads again. Still not sure if he's going to. We shall see, though. We shall see. So, yeah, I think we want to design something for both of those. We should be able to do that somewhat easily. We need about 3,150 meters per second of delta V in low Earth orbit, which we should be able to get. The new For All Kerbal Kind person has not been revealed yet. That will be happening, I believe, this time next week. I think it's this time next week. I think it's next Sunday. I believe. Yeah, without going into it a little bit more, I think it's this time next Sunday. Right. What we want to do is create a new vessel, I think. We're going to come in and we're going to make something super, super, super duper basic. We're going to make a science core, which I think we might... yeah, we've got early avionics now. We can unlock early avionics there as well. We're definitely going to want that. That's... screw it. I'm just going to unlock it now. Because I've got the research credit, it's fine. We're definitely going to want avionics. We're going to want improved avionics every day of the week, because just having lighter avionics is all round a brilliant thing to have. We're going to... and it also makes them smaller, which is also really nice. Right, we're going to, first of all, make that plain metal. We're going to get the diameter of this a lot smaller. Maybe make it like 400 by... yeah, something like that. If I have a look, we are 79 days duration. Yep, that's absolutely fine. That's definitely a good amount of electric charge to have. We want not anywhere near that much. I reckon we go for like 10%. 10% gives us 7 days, 23 hours. That should be enough to impact the moon. What we want to do now is come into here and disable the antenna, because if we disable the antenna... where's all my buttons gone? Oh, hang on. There they are. Right, if I disable the antenna, that should disable a lot of the weight, which is always nice to do, because we are going to need an antenna, but what we're going to do is we're going to get this one, because this should be able to give us a lunar range. Now, usually with these, I like to sort of offset them, but I think for this, we're just going to put it straight in the middle. And we're going to go for tech level 1, because we do need tech level 1 for this. We're going to go into antenna planning. Right. We're going to ground station tech level 1 as well, because that is what we're going to want. If we apply that, we want to get moon. Interesting. That should work, right? Plan? Is it because... I don't think this is up... Ah, it's because we've not... Yeah. Do that. Max distance, no connection. Interesting. Oh, do we really need to make it that heavy? 34 looks like it will work. I like 34. I think we'll go for 34. Cool to hear about for all Kerbal kind getting expanded in cast, though. No. It will be cool. Crude lunar impactor in before it's TD. TD. Right. Okay. If TD joined the series, we would be in trouble because he'd basically come along and he'd probably send like someone to Mars before anyone else does anything in the series. That, yeah. Judging by, was it terminal velocity, he would have like boots on Mars probably in his first episode. Don't you need above 2 build points per second for the science the impactor can give you? 2 BS? I'm not sure what do you mean by that. Maybe? That's actually, yeah, maybe we do want 2 bits per second. That's, I mean, we can make it that heavy. That doesn't make it an awful lot heavier, and to be honest, it needs to be, I think, 0.4 anyway, like 0.04 in order for the contract to complete. So yeah, making that a little bit heavier. The power draw is going to be a bit worse, but yeah, we got 38 days of duration on this. That's fine. What we're going to do is probably add some scientific experiments onto here. So if I come into here and go to configure experiments, we're going to want temperature, barometer, thermometer, early TV camera, because that's an experiment that is done very, very quickly. And I think mass spectrometer, because that is also done pretty quickly. And I think that's pretty much all that we can do. I think those are the 4 best experiments that we're going to have on this. That is still not heavy enough to crash into the surface of the moon. Maybe what we want to do is potentially... Hello, Snad. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyone else reaches orbit at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, TD is streaming a Mars landing. That's a very normal drinking glass. It is indeed. It's a stein. It's very big. I drink a lot. Being type 1 diabetic, I'm always thirsty. One of the symptoms that that gives it away that you have the diabetes. Okay, so what can I do for this? So what I would used to do, I would do something, you know, like this, right? The stage that gets me to the moon, and that's not enough to get me to the moon. We need 3,150. The stage that gets me to the moon, I'd stick on there, and, you know, once all its fuel is gone, blip, we're still above. In fact, that's actually perfect. That's literally what we need to do. However, that doesn't work anymore because what I'd do with this is I'd burn this and then I'd have maybe like an RCS stage on here that you could use fore and aft to, you know, basically get the fine-tune your orbit. You can't do that anymore. I'm pretty sure that that is now disabled. And it's because if you did a design like this, you could basically get away with sending a early game 60-ton launch vehicle, 60-ton in total launch vehicle to do Lunar Impactor, which was, you know, insanely OP, and it's the way to basically get ahead. But you can't do that anymore. So this thing that we're going to send to the moon needs to be over 40 kilograms. Now, in order to make it that heavy, if I had a ring decoupler, that might add enough. That's 0.094. Why has that gone up? 0.038. If I maybe up that a little bit, is that gonna make it heavier? Please make it heavier. Please make it heavier. Oh, a tiny bit. You know, yeah, I think what we do is maybe just make this ever so slightly bigger. Something like that. And make sure that I don't decouple this bit. Alright, so you all have fun. Thanks for coming on TD. If you don't know about TD channel, definitely go check them out. Go subscribe. Go have a look at what they do, because it is incredible. Absolutely amazing. Add more EC. That's what I do, unless you can't. We can add more EC, but, you know, I want to try and make this as lightweight as possible. And having the decoupler on, we're going to need the decoupler anyway. And what we can do is we can decouple this stage, and it will be fine. So we'll decouple, you know, the top or the bottom stage. I need to make sure that I only turn on. So disable top staging, enable bottom staging. I want this stuck on for the entire duration, but I want to allow my bottom to go. Okay, so that's cool. That's fine. Next thing that we need is going to be a way to get over to the moon. So we're going to get near-Earth avionics here. And I think what we'll do is we will upgrade them to early avionics. Oh, we need to buy these as well. Well, that's fine. It's going to be another 7,000, but we are going to use them. So we are going to upgrade. What we'll do is we'll turn this into a cone. We'll make the top like this. Yeah, something like that. And we will get... If I come over here, custom ends, plain metal. Cool. We might change this up a little bit, yeah. Then, now, what we need to do is, first of all, remove the insane amount of electric charge that is in here that is making this thing weigh half a ton, because we absolutely do not need that. Definitely not. Let us maybe set this to be 1% rather than 100%, because that might be a little bit more reasonable. That's going to give us 18 hours and 37 minutes. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. We've still got a lot of tonnage to play with. We need to get up to 3,150-ish meters per second of delta V, because that's how much it takes to get over to the moon. Now, in order to make that up, we're probably going to use a conventional structure tank, because that's what we have been using right now. And I think, what sort of tank sizes have I got tooled? What diameters have I got tooled? Because ideally, I would like to have one that I already have tooled. Make the antenna a bit more powerful. That adds a lot of weight. That is probably really, really, really good idea, actually. If we make this... You know what? Let's just whack it up to 40. Yeah, there we go. That's 0.034. But I do want to just make this have... oh, we want to enable bottom staging. Enable bottom staging. There we go. Cool, so yeah, we keep this on here, that's fine. Right, now I need to think of an engine that is going to get us over there. I don't think... Can we do like Space B, but, you know, Space U1250? Space U1250? Is that gonna be good enough? I don't think it will be. But we can certainly give it a go. Because it will ignite. I could get an AJ10. AJ10 is normally what I'd go for this. U1250. This might not be... We need to make it high pressure tank as well. Fill that up. That gives us... Why is that not... Oh, because the engine's not there. That gives us 2,311 meters per second, and we are seriously overburning that. Although we actually switched to that, remove that. I don't think this will be enough. I don't think 2,446. Yeah, that's not enough. And how much does that weigh? Oh, that's not terrible. We're not too far off there. 56.5 seconds. If we had this as being, you know, like... No, I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that's going to be enough. I think we need something that's not that. My U1250s keep failing. I had really good success rates with the U1250. It's done really, really well. The RD105, 0105. We do have it. It's just we don't have it unlocked yet. One ignition. Failure rate of 91%. That's not great. We whack this on there. It's pretty huge, pretty hefty. It's a chonker, all right. It has been going to the gym. We maybe make this like that large. Remove all tanks, and does this require high pressure? It does not. Wonderful. So we can actually make this a little bit lighter. We go for something like that. Fill that up, and oh boy, that gives us, yeah, we're cooking with gas right here. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. We don't need anywhere near that amount. I don't like, you know, how ridiculously large this looks. That's insane. RD105 is the king of 1950s upper stage performance. That is insane. That is amazing. Like, less than a ton, and we're stupidly overbuilt. Right, so we need, like, around there. That's 0.8 tons. I mean, we're probably going to need to increase the avionics on this, because that needs to be a ton, and that does mean that this goes down, but that's fine. If we maybe make this ever so slightly longer, that's now enough, and we're still under a ton. That's it. That will literally, I mean, this is what peak efficiency looks like. It looks horrific, but that will do it. That will do the lunar impactor. That will complete the contract. Get lunar flyby. I'd have to be pinpoint accurate. But that's fine. We don't have to be pinpoint accurate. We can make this. Yeah, we've got loads of room to play around with. Absolutely. So what we're going to do is I'm going to not change that to foil. I'm going to go to plain metal here. I'm probably going to redesign this because this looks horrific. We have to wait until 1958 orbital rocketry. If I have a look, how far away from that are we? We're going to get it in May next year, which is some way off, but it is great, this. I'm going to see if maybe we can do it without this, but first we're going to do this, which should absolutely work. So what we'll do is we'll get 4 of these, go for that, like so. Place them there. These are going to switch to HTP. And then we're going to grab some of this. I might want to buy a grid structure soon. And we'll get 4 small tanks. 4 small tanks, and we'll place them there. I'm going to make these fillet cylinders, and they're going to be very, very, very small. These are going to be our high pressure tanks that are going to carry our HTP. That basically will mean that we can adjust our position and make sure that we are not in the completely wrong, like, we're not going to miss the moon. So if I do that, and also ullage. So if I come here and come into here and change these to high pressure aluminium stringer tanks, we're going to set that up to 90%, and then we're going to fill the HTP in there. And I reckon we probably don't even need that. We want the fillet on, though. I reckon we go for length of like 3, and that gives us about 8 units of HTP, which I think should be enough for this, because we're not really going to use an awful lot here. We get that in there like so. Whack that in. Oh, I love it when we whack HTP in. Cool. So that is now 0.98 tons, and yeah, we have gone down a little bit again, so I think we are going to have to go above... Oh god, no, not that. We are going to have to go above 1 ton in order for this to work. 1.2 tons is too much. We want to get maybe about there. Yeah, that's perfect. That's still looking really, really good. Like, in terms of stats that we need. Ooh. Right, let's just rename this Lunar Impactor. Lunar Impactor. Lunar Impactor. Save. Just use the Gamma 2 instead of the 105. Right, so I love the Gamma 2. But it's also in 1958 orbital rocketry. We cannot buy it yet. I want to see if there's a way of achieving this with the tech that we have at the moment. Ditching fairings also helped, though sometimes it would melt the payload within if I did too quickly. Yeah, fairings, early game fairings are insanely heavy. I just want to say as well, if you are enjoying the stream, why not give it a like? I can see we have 80 concurrent viewers right now and only 40 likes on the stream. That makes me feel sad, people. Please like the stream. That would make me feel very happy. Use lander tanks and embed the turbo pumps inside. Is that a recommendation for me? Sorry, I'm just going back through. Canasta, reminder, you don't need avionics on the transfer stage. You can align for the TLI maneuver and ignite the engine from the booster avionics. We could do. I don't like that though, because that means that when we actually, that means we can't fine tune our approach, and that could go wrong very quickly. No integral tanks available, or is it the rules to use the early tanks? We could use integral tanks. I think we have enough unlock credits, because we've got 137,000. We probably could unlock integral tanks. If I went for the Gammas, if I went for the Gamma 2, right, which is smaller, but I think, yeah, it doesn't need high pressure either. Oh, I've just put the Gamma 2 on top of the RD-108. The unlock cost is less. I do love a Gamma 2. Is a little bit heavier. But it is good, solid British engineering. I really hope I turned off the right microphone then. Yeah, we do lose a lot. So maybe we do. I've never tried this engine before, so you know what? I will give it a go. I've never used this ever, and I'm always open up to new things. I feel like as well though, like this should be in there. It's like that looks better to me. I don't know though. I don't like how it looks. Why is that now? Oh, it's because I removed all the fuel. Right, removable tanks. There we go. Put that back in. And we do have an upgrade to this as well, which is pretty nice. 1960 orbital rocketry. I do wonder, is there something else that we can use though? That we have access to right now? Could it be another Gamma 201? No, because that's going to be, yeah, crap, basically. I think maybe we do. Just wait for 1958 orbital rocketry. We could use an AJ-10. What's the early AJ-10? Which we have unlocked right now. 271. Oh my god, that's really good. We do require high pressure tanks though. That's not so good because of that. And the ignition charge is literally worse than garbage. And I think the first one can only burn for a really limited amount of time. I'm going to save this as Lunar Impactor 1. We will rename this something else in a bit. I just want to have a little bit of an experiment. Whilst we are on stream, let's have a little bit of a play around. Let's see what the AJ-10 can get us. I don't think it will be as good. It will be nowhere near as good, actually, because it does require high-pressure tanks. But the fact that it's got 271 specific impulse in vacuum, that does look very, very, very tasty to me. I think an AJ-10, usually you need about 2 tons. Yeah, look at that. We've only got 2,473 meters per second. Burn time is 1 minute and 55. So if we go length to about there. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, we need way over. We need way over. That's not happening. The AJ10 is not happening. Absolutely not. Okay, well, AJ10 is out. Bye! About an XLR. What is there? No, that's too... No. 255? Oh, but I think those also require high pressure. Viking 2, that's... got one ignition. We use the... We use the Ariane 1 engine? Yep, that seems like a good idea. Just looking at all these multi-ignition... Veronique is terrible. Well, 249 is not bad. That's better than I thought, but I don't think this has gimbal. And also requires high pressure tanks, that's fine. Yeah. I honestly... Maybe we do just go for this. Right, yeah, we do just go for this. That means 2 techs that we are going to have to unlock. I think if I had a little bit more time, maybe I would look into different ways of doing this. And I think if I did want to do a lunar impactor tutorial again, I might have a look at different ways of doing this. But yeah, 1958 seems like a very... 1958 orbital rocketry seems like the way forward. The RD-105 has 310 ISP, does it? If so, that's insane. Good lord. Holy... That's mental. That's actually... That is insane. That is so incredibly good. Yeah, I think we're going to have to stick with this. It does mean that we're going to wait until May before we can really start building this, which is a little bit unfortunate. We can build everything and then just add the engine once the engine has been unlocked. It's theoretical at the moment. We'll just plonk this on and then just add the engine at a later date. And also add the antenna on at a later date. But I think that should... 3,308 meters per second. That will definitely do us. That will definitely do. I think maybe what we can also do is make these slightly bigger. If we make that at 400 millimeters, it gives us a little bit more. 1.1 ton. We are going to have to possibly raise this to about 1.2. Which still gives us 3,262 meters per second, which is still more than enough. That is definitely more than enough, and we should be able to point in the right way using these. Yeah, I think we're going to go for this. I think we are. I had no idea that we were going to, like, really go for lunar in this stream. The stream after that, you know, we've done first orbit. I suppose it is the next sort of big step. We've got all the experiments on here that we could possibly want. That is fine. And we are going to be able to launch this to low Earth orbit easily. I'm not too fussed about how this looks. I think it could look a lot nicer. But at the same time, I've spent a lot of time just, you know, faffing around in here. I'm faffing around. Throwing shit at the wall until it sticks, and it's sort of sticking, and I think this is what we're going to do. So, Lunar Impactor 1, what we are going to do is we're going to bring this up here. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that. And this is going to be called Lunar Impactor 1 without bits, because it doesn't have its bits. And this is why some of the missions in For All Kerbal Kind go wrong, because I start building things that don't have the required stuff, and I forget to put them back on. Because what I'm going to do is we're going to grab one of our rockets, one of our launch vehicles, the Tuatara 3. We'll grab that one, we'll merge this, take this, take off the payload fairing, take that. Oh no, that was wrong. That was wrong. I want this. Take that, put that on like that, put that there, take that, throw that away in the bin. In the bin it goes. And we grab that. And then this is going to be what we start building up. Tooling cost is going to be a fair whack, and we're not going to have any unlock cost yet, but we will later on. And yeah, this will be more than capable of getting us to low Earth orbit. It's going to take 100 days. Let's tool this up. Tool all. Perfect. Purchase all toolings, and then we're going to start building it. I probably should have experimented with it first, but I feel like I don't need to. I'm quite happy that this will work. Maybe we will do a simulation after doing an actual launch. There we go. Lunar Impactor 1 without bits to integration list. Cool. It's going to be so nice when you get Hydrolox route. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to go for Hydrolox. Hydrolox is really nice. Did anything super exciting happen in the last 5 to 10 minutes? Not really. We just built up a lunar impactor and spent far too long faffing around actually trying to build it up. So yeah, nothing. We're going to get another sunset launch. Cool. The Tuatara is blessed. Every time that we launch a Komodo dragon to space, it seems like we're going to be launching at sunset. But anyway, we are going to be sending Komodo face, I believe was the name, to low Earth orbit today. Is it cooled down yet? Oh my god, it's gone below 33 degrees. It's now 32.8 in here. I don't even want to take off this hat. I literally had a shower just before I started streaming. I had a cold shower before I started streaming, and I reckon my hair is going to be disgusting from how hot it has been in here. Right, anyway. What we want to do is change that around because that is in the wrong place. We want to move those down there. That's fine. That's fine, I think. We want last stage to be 3. Let's go into Ascent settings, into Ascent guidance, and last stage 3, early shot of stage 3, unguided stages. No, we don't care about that. What we want to do is that exact parameters. We want to engage Autopilot. And I think we're going to launch this, and hopefully this will work, and complete the first biological satellite contract. And we're going to do this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Everything has been successful on the launch pad. And away we go. Why do the orbit lines look like that? The orbit lines that we've got right here, because we're using Principia. That's cool that it's giving us our predicted orbit. I did not know that that was a thing. I think that might be something with the new MechJeb Ascent guidance. If you take the hat off, it'll be like tipping a bucket over your head, only of stale sweat. Oh my god, that's going to be absolutely gross. How sweaty does my hair even look? I don't think it looks that bad. It could be worse. It could be worse. But it does feel pretty disgusting. Oh, the joys of live streaming. Talking constantly for like what's now been 2.5 hours. Ugh, dink. Talking constantly for 2.5 hours in a hot, sweaty room. Oh, it's gross. Nothing's going wrong yet. That's what we like to see. I mean, the ones on my game, I'm so confused by it. Yeah, Principia can take a little bit of time to get used to. Generally, when you're doing... Right, let's talk Principia. So, Earth operations... Oh, I could have done it whilst we did the lunar intercept. That would have been very good. So Earth operations, you kind of want to probably, for the vast majority of time, be in Earth-centered inertial. Earth-centered, Earth-focused, or Earth-fixed even, that's sort of your surface velocity, and once you sort of get, you know, to orbital speeds, much like stock KSP does, it will change it to Earth-centered inertial. Once you're in Earth-centered inertial, what you want to do is, you know, sort of like plot out your maneuver using Principia. And then if you want to go to the moon, you sort of like look at how you are in Earth-centered inertial and you do your sort of standard, it's almost like stock, the way that you plot it out. It looks very similar to stock. And once you sort of like cross the moon's orbit line, Then what you want to do is you want to change to like lunar centered inertial or lunar centered lunar fixed, and then that will show you how close you are to the moon. It's kind of like seeing the, like, when you cross over the point in Patch Conics, but you can see it from where you are there. It's a lot cooler, but yeah. Earth-centered inertial, great for doing anything around the Earth. When you want to go into planetary, you can use heliocentric inertial to sort of see your trajectory in interplanetary space. But I tend to use Earth-centered inertial to figure out which way I want to burn out. If I'm going to the outer planets, I want to burn that way. If I'm going to the inner planets, I want to burn that way, because, you know, that's how orbits work. But yeah, it takes a little bit of playing around, but you do eventually get used to it. And once you are used to it, Principia becomes absolutely fantastic. Would you prefer a first stage engine failure or a second stage engine failure? I think first stage, because at least it's done over quickly. If it's a second stage, then it's, you know, you're like, oh yeah, look, we're nearly there. The sun's orbiting the Earth now. Yeah, that can happen. Depending on your reference frame, it looks like that the sun can orbit the Earth. Look, we've gone back to the 1500s, okay? How dare you say that the Earth orbits the sun? The sun has always orbited the Earth. I don't actually know when it became accepted fact that the Earth orbits the sun rather than the sun orbits the Earth. I think it might have been quite early on. I think I need to get myself some paracetamol because I have a headache. It's this damn heat, I swear. Work bag out. Can't believe Keir Starmer is making it this hot. This is not what I voted for. Yes, Keir Starmer he's got a weather machine. That's what he's doing. What year is it now? We're currently in 1956. We're in the 18th of December 1956, so we are at the very end. We have made it to orbit twice already. This is our third orbital attempt. Oh. Hang on. Unable to connect to the network. No, go away. Cancel. Ah, I love my 4K Samsung Odyssey G7, but sometimes it can be very annoying. I'm sorry, but Brexit means Brexit. Yes, Brexit meant that, unfortunately, we're going to get all of the waste heat from the rest of Europe dumped on us. That's what happens. Spare him his life from the monstrosity. Do. Easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? Those aren't my batteries that are low. My batteries are absolutely fine. The batteries that I just got the warning for are the batteries that were on the core stage of the rockets that we have now unceremoniously dumped over the Pacific Ocean somewhere. If we've done Brexit, then how comes there's still all these Spanish people when I go on holiday to Benidorm? Honestly, I mean, I know that that's, you know, very much satire, but I'm sure there are people who do think like that. Don't blame me either. I voted for Remain back in 2016. I can't believe that was 10 years ago now. I remember I was at university at the time and I was doing a placement. I remember there was some guy, 60-year-old man, ish, who came in the day after the vote had gone through, like throwing a party almost, like poppers and everything. I was like, you absolute twat. He's probably dead now. It's entirely my fault, yes. I don't like to get political too much on these streams, but moving swiftly on. Anyway, we have made it to orbit, and we've got the correct parameters! This time it is successful. And we didn't have a failure. Lovely. We can just decouple both of those, and we will do that right now. And let us set up the Komodo Dragon experimentation chamber. It has been chambered and experimented. We're going to be doing all sorts of risky scientific experiments to the Komodo Dragon. Don't act all innocent, Karnasa. I saw you driving that NHS bus. Yes, we're going to put, what is it, like 10 billion pounds? I can't even remember what it was. Yeah, Nigel Cabbage's bus that he went around on being like, we're going to put so much money back into the NHS that we're spending on the Europes at the moment. Oh my god, it's going to be amazing. I mean, I'm a firm user of the NHS, being type 1 diabetic. I use it quite frequently. I have constant hospital appointments. One of the only benefits that I get of being type 1 diabetic as well is that I get free medication for life. I never have to pay for a prescription in the UK. I know that is insane. If anyone is a type 1 diabetic from America and hears that, they are like, what the actual fuck? But yeah, no, I get all of my meds for free for life, which is brilliant. That's one reason why I am so terrified of Reform getting in any sort of position of power that isn't the local bloody council. Because if they get in and they start dismantling the NHS, which is one of their plans, I would need to look up their manifesto a little bit more. But yes, if they get in and they take away, like, the NHS, I would be so unbelievably screwed. It's one of the reasons why I've said I never, ever, ever want to live in America. Because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot and basically go somewhere where I am going to almost bankrupt myself to stay alive because of the medical condition that I have. This has gotten really deep really quickly, but yeah, no, that's, yeah, I'm terrified of Reform getting in for that reason alone. What are those Komodo dragons doing? Multiplying. You could probably move to New Zealand and use the space program for bonus points on your visa. Be like, look, I did some live streams. And I launched from your airspace. It's great. Every day I'm thankful I live in Canada. Canada would be somewhere nice to live. I know some people in Canada. $350 million a week was the fake figure on the bus. Fair. Yeah, I couldn't remember it. I've tried to literally block everything about that out of my memory. You mean you don't want to pay like 80,000 every 6 months for an infusion like me? I mean, my thing is not diabetes, but still. Damn, is that how much? I mean, yeah. That's honestly insane. I didn't realize it was that much, Blue. I know that you have that every now and then, but that sucks. I am on like the type 1 diabetes subreddits quite frequently, and just seeing some of the stories there, it's really like heartbreaking. Just the sort of people almost putting themselves into poverty to basically like try and live, like people like starving themselves because they can't afford insulin. That's disgusting, and that's something that you know just absolutely blows my mind. And I'm so fortunate to live in the UK and have the access of the NHS, because I have had problems with my diabetes. Like, I have suffered from diabetic retinopathy. In fact, there was one stream a really long time ago, I think it was one of the F1s only to the moon stream, where I was streaming, and during the stream I ended it early because I had a bleed in my eye, and it scared the absolute living daylights out of me. And I went to A&E that night, and I got it sorted, and I had some laser surgery to fix some of the broken blood vessels at the back of my eye. But yeah, no, like having the NHS sort of like the ability to utilize that is just so, I'm so incredibly fortunate to have that. And yeah, I don't know what I'd do without it, to be honest. Right, we have almost hit our time, and once we hit our time, that is actually going to be this contract completed, isn't it? Yeah, there we go, because we don't technically need to recover the Komodo dragon, but by God, we're gonna do it anyway. We probably could have run some more experiments on this as well. Oh, where's our apogee? Our apogee is there. Hopefully. I mean, yeah, we're above Goldstone? No? What is that? It's Spain, isn't it? Spain, Madrid. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was Goldstone. I'm like, there's Africa. Yeah, California's right above Africa. Definitely. Right, anyway, let's point ourselves prograde and bring him home. Yo! Komodo-y McKomodo. Komodo McKomodo face. You're coming home, mate. We're going to bring you back, and you're going to enjoy a nice beverage at the local pub. Right, cool. Let us point prograde. Where is smart ASS? Smart ASS, point me prograde, please. Prograde. There we go. I mean, we're pretty much pointing prograde anyway, but we want to make sure. Speaking of which, you two showed me a commercial about eyes. Interesting. I remember when I remember talking to Matt actually about my eyes, because you know Matt is Eye Man, and I don't think it was after that stream when I spoke to Matt. I think it was after one of the streams where Matt came on and chatted with me for a bit. We had a chat for probably 4 hours afterwards. It was a really, really long talk. Like, we were on the stream together just chatting shit and talking about how bad KSP2 was. And then afterwards, yeah, we stayed on for a bit, talked about, you know, YouTube life and YouTube stuff, and he talked about being eye man, doing stuff with eyes, and I was like, yeah, no, type 1 diabetic, I have problems with my eyes, so it's pretty cool. It's a nice chat. When Reform get in, they'll politely ask you to switch from type 1 diabetic to type 1 British. That's really funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Right, let us point retro. And I think if we point retro now, it should hopefully stay. Yeah, we got loads of HTTP in there. Stay retro all the way down. I'm so sad I got KSP2 before KSP1. Yeah, that is fair. I know. I mean, I don't think I helped with my last video on KSP2, because it was like, my last video on KSP2 was titled like, oh my god, KSP2 is getting good now. Because it was getting a lot better. The For Science update had released, and it gave, you know, the game progression, and it was definitely a step in the right direction, and things were looking a lot better. It wasn't anywhere near as laggy as launch, and I was like, it's going somewhere. But yeah, of course, there was obviously a lot more wrong with it, and yeah, it just absolutely, yeah, it died, and now it is completely dead. Are those the sort of F1 engines ASET is interested in? So the F1 engines I was talking about were the F1s from the Saturn V, not F1 engines as in what the people who ride around Monaco, Monte Carlo do. Oh my god, we're coming in hot, lordy. Oh, that's a quick, oh god, we've got a point surface. It's fine, we're good. We're pointing in the right direction. Come on, Komodo-y McKomodo face. I don't even know if that was the name, but I think we're going to do good. I feel wrong for saying I'm kind of happy it's gone, because now I got KSP with all this great mods and RP-1. I mean, yeah, KSP-1 has always still existed, and KSP-1 is not going to die for the foreseeable future. With the modding community behind it, it's just absolutely fantastic. We're at 76 kilometers, and we're still going 7,500 meters per second. That is insane. And breathe. Don't die, Komodo McKomodo-y face. I honestly can't remember. Every time, I swear, every time I say the name is different. Holy hell, we lose speed very, very, very quickly. But I think we're safe. Yeah, we're absolutely fine. We have recovered them. And that should be a fair whack more science. We got 3 hours and 37 minutes of battery life left. Cool. I mean, I say we've safely recovered them. The Komodo is probably as flat as a pancake. If KSP2 hadn't stuck with the wobbly rockets for so long, it may have done better. That is fair. I remember playing it during that week I had it for early access and just absolutely hating anything, because whenever I tried to launch anything, it just like snapped in half. That was a thing that also released in the Full Science update, I'm fairly sure, was the fix to that. Made things a little bit more rigid, a little bit more sturdy, made it look a little bit like that you're not a few blue pills short of a party. Oh, at 20G, you recover Komodo sludge. How many Gs did we pull? Yeah, they aren't alive. They're definitely not alive. That's a lot of G-forces. That is a lot of G-forces. That's basically, yeah, they're going to be 44 times their weight on the surface of Earth. That's pretty hefty. Someone on the subreddit reported traffic on the Steam backend of KSP 1 and 2. I've seen the Reddit post. I thought it was only KSP 1. I might be wrong. I didn't read into it all that much. But I know that they definitely spoke about KSP 1. I wasn't aware there being anything for KSP 2, though. My orbit's incline keeps changing. That's cool, but also scary. Yeah, it's just a thing with Principia due to orbital precession. There are things from KSP 2 I miss, like the sound design. The sound design was very cool. And I also liked certain aspects of the vehicle assembly building. I remember moving back from KSP 2 to KSP 1. Really, yeah, missing the VAB. I did not like it at first. It took a while to get used to, but actually, I think it was better in a lot of regards. I do know the KSP Redux 2, the KSP 2 Redux team, and I am planning on having a look at some of the updates that they're going to be pushing for that soon. Maybe even doing a video on it, purely because if you've already got, it's going to be very much, the video is going to be, if you don't have KSP 2, do not fucking listen to this video. Like, do not buy it, don't get it. But if you do have KSP 2, and you want to make it a more enjoyable, playable experience, then here is this mod that you can check out, and it's called KSP 2 Redux, and basically, it's a load of really talented modders that are going to try and make KSP 2 in what it was supposed to be, what was promised. The music in KSP 2 was so holy. It was really, really good. Beardy, in his videos, to this day, still uses the KSP 2 music because it was that good. The person who did the music for KSP 2, absolutely insane. So good. Really, really, really good. The music for KSP 1, yeah, it's just... there's like 8 songs. And it only starts when you get to orbit. Hi again, I can't have volume, so I need a reply in chat. Chat, tell them I'm going to be streaming maybe like 4 or 5 times next week. We'll see how it goes, depending on how hot it gets. But yeah, we're going to be streaming this like live stream series until we get to some pretty big milestones. I don't know what the milestones are going to be, but yeah, we're going to be doing it for the foreseeable future. Royalty-free music, ah, yeah, indeed. Kevin MacLeod. Kevin MacLeod, are you on Soul finally? I am on Soul. We are on Soul. We are using Soul for this live stream series. But they're modding on a broken foundation. To actually make KSP 2 good, they need to redesign it from the ground up. I think they have got ways of doing things which I think will really help with that. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I'm sure that they've got tools. I think they've got things that will help with whatever they want to do. There's a mod for KSP called Soundtrack Editor that can play music depending on location. You can add the KSP 2 music to do that. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. But that is pretty cool to know. Can someone tell me what Soul is? So Soul is like a graphics pack that basically makes Earth and the real solar system just look incredible. And you can also use volumetric clouds V5 with it, as well as parallax. So we got parallax on Earth, which is, you know, something that is not really a thing in previous versions of RP-1 graphics pads. Graphics packs, which is really, really, really nice. Okay, so I can, now that I have done that, I can come into the administration building and I can finish this, right? We'd get 180 reputation. We're currently getting about 210,000 funds per year. We've not even started next year's funds yet. However, this is taking up, what, how many contract slots? 3 slots taken. If we finish this, we could pick up early commercial. Yeah. Requirements. Yeah, we could. No, we can't pick up that. Early Earth observation satellites. Yeah, we could pick this up for 1 slot. And that would give us not as much money. We could get early commercial, yeah, early commercial applications. Tracking station needs to be at least level 3, and we need to complete those. It's only 1 slot. Yeah, I think we keep this for a bit longer. And try and get the last missions, because I think... Or do we... Oh, we could pick up Crude Orbit. We could pick up Crude Orbit if we went... We don't have enough to go fast. That would give us a lot more. Not a huge amount more, actually. Considering all of the things that we need to buy for Crude Orbit... Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Crude Orbit would be very good to sort of like look into, but I thought we'd get more than that. That does not seem like an awful lot of money, although it's like 1.4 million. If we did it fast, we need like 800 rep. I kind of want to, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We wait until we got 800 rep and then we'll pick up fast Crude Orbit. We might beat history if we go for that. And it does mean that I do want to start researching things to make that a possibility. So we do need human-rated EDL. We do need crew survivability. And then we need basic captures. We need this. I don't think we can really afford... Like, we don't need primitive solar panels right now or digital communications. Digital communications would be good if we wanted to go for interplanetary, but I don't think we're going to go for that quite yet. We're not going to go for early interplanetary. What we'll do is we'll focus for Crude Orbit. I've been struggling with RP-1. I usually run out of cash by the time I'm trying to go for 5k downrange. Every time you turn around, you have to upgrade your rockets and pads. That's the thing. You have to really plan. There's a lot of planning involved. And yeah, in order to not run out of money, unfortunately, you got to kind of like foresee the future a little bit. I think doing it a few times, you can sort of picture sort of what sort of pads that you're going to want. And you start to realize what you can reuse. But yeah, it takes a couple of attempts to get to that point. Also, just a note, I should probably read from higher up. You guys got any tips for the high altitude X-plane contract? Make really high altitude. Do you mean like the stratospheric one? Because if you mean it's different. Stratospheric, big wings, light, very light. High altitude X-plane, just use the X1 cockpit and put a rocket engine on the back of it. Ah, you need a new save for it though, right? For Sol, yes you do. For Sol, you do need a new save, which is why I could not use Sol in Kerbal Gets Real Redux. VC5 is mandatory. VC5 is very nice. It's very much more performant than Volumetrics 4. As far as I know, there are Unity decompilers around. Pain in the butt if it makes variable names gibberish, though, as some decompilers do. I'm not going to say any more than that. I cannot say if they are using something like that. They might be. I don't know. The guys working on KSP2 are bringing Stockholm Syndrome to new heights. If they started from scratch instead, we could have had a competitor to KSA to keep both motivated. Fair. Especially with, you know, how, like, popular space has been again recently due to Artemis and Project Hail Mary. KSP2 missed a trick. Considering, yeah, KSP1 has had its all-time peak player count. How do I get Sol? Sol, you can get it through CCAN, but there are a few steps that you need to do in order to get it show up on CCAN, to get it to show up on CCAN. The main thing being adding the Sol repository. Why has it gone up to like 34 again? It's getting hot again. Hello? I'm down here. There you go. Why? It's not focusing on me. Are you following me? Camera, stop following me. Camera, look at my hand. Look, I'm waving at you. Now, follow me. Lovely. Yeah, it's like 34 degrees in here and it's 10 p.m. at night. 9 p.m. at night. You can look at the earlier streams in the series to see one way of doing it. One way of doing what? Oh, I'm not sure. Iterative upgrades on the same rocket make it possible with minimal changes to the launch complex. Oh yeah, yeah. Over this stream series, yeah, that's what we have been doing. We've got 3 launch complexes now. We had one big one, one big sounding payload, one big sounding rocket one. We had one small sounding rocket one, and then we had our orbital launch facility. This is very drum and bassy. It's 29 degrees centigrade in my room right now. I know it's so disgustingly hot. It's yeah, 34 degrees centigrade in my room. That is how hot it is in here. It's disgusting. Why am I getting an ad for visiting in America of all things? I don't know. Nice terrarium, 34 degrees centigrade. Yes, it's very, very, very hot in here because my computer is kicking out a shit ton of heat. And it is a very small room, and I've got a lot in here, and I am in here, and I'm talking, and I'm being active. Yeah, it's disgusting. Right, anyway, that's enough chat interaction for now. What we're going to do is... do I want to spend this 10 science? I think the next thing that I would spend it on... I probably should get crew survivability, because I am going to want to start looking into getting basic capsules. I think we do this. I think this is what we go for. Yeah, if we want to pick up that crew capsules, that's the way forward. Right, okay. So, let's warp to complete. We're going to keep that alive right now. I think what we want to actually do is go into mission control. I think that gives us almost... Oh, no, I think it will. I think that will give us 800 confidence if we do that mission. And it gives us 95 rep as well. So I think we do the downrange downrange missile milestone, 6,000 kilometers. And then maybe we get a lot of science for doing that as well. That's brilliant. Maybe we build up another Tuatara. I think I'm quite happy with where I am right now. I think I've got something being constructed, haven't I? I think it's, yeah, mission control. It's going to be done in not very long. I think what we do is we wait for this to be integrated. Oh my god. Oh, my eyes. I've just flashbanged myself. Oh, gross. Time warp. It's a deadly, deadly thing. So much doo-doo in this stream. There really is. There always is. It's not a Carnasa special if there isn't shit flying all over the place. You want to invade Greece? What? Who's invading Greece? Why not invade Turkey? And then at least that way you can eat it. Start off a whole conversation about Greco-Turkish relations. Right, we've warped ahead to this. Mission control is going to be done in not very long, which is going to be fabulous because that's going to get us a lot more money. What I do want to do, I think, Lunar Impactor 1 without bits. I'm actually going to edit this. And I think we might start wanting to get some more engineers soon. I'm going to edit this, and this is going to be our 6,000 kilometer downrange. I'm going to save this still, but what we're going to do is we're going to open up. I think it was one of these. I think it was 2 or 3 still. I think this still has, if I recall correctly. It's got 3,000. Yeah, it's got 1,000 kiloliters of sounding payload. We're not going to be sending a dog up to space. What we will do, however, is take this all apart so that we're not, you know, we don't need a lot of this. We can send that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of the heat shield. We can get rid of the dog or the Komodo dragon even inside. Oh no, I picked up the entire thing. Oopsie daisy. Let's go for the dog. Komodo dragon. Komodo dragon has been grabbed and removed. I think if we leave this as is, and then we, yeah, get all of those, we can maybe go polar for this as well. That is another contract, but we're probably not going to complete that. We go... I should just make it into the... I'm just going to... I'm gonna do the first one. This will be quicker. If I go to Atara 1, I load this. Oh God, why am I messing this up so much? Right, take that. Remember to add the avionics. Let's go for Tuatara 2. Tuatara 1 was bad. Tuatara 2, this is much better. This was the one that actually succeeded. Take that off. Take that off. What is that? Oh, that's just the turpentine that we needed. Of course, the stupid amount of turpentine that we sent to low Earth orbit. Right, we're going to get that on there like that. And I think what we will do is actually just fill this up with even more battery power so we can run, like, literally loads of experiments. I think if we put this up to maybe, like, 85%, that's a lot of battery. That is a huge amount of battery, and that's going to weigh, like, 0.503. The next thing that we want to do is grab this, take this. Where's my rocket gone? There's my rocket. Then I'm just going to grab from Tuatara 3, because I can't be bothered to make this again. I'm literally just pulling things apart from previous rockets that I've done because I find this quicker. We'll grab that, put that there. Actually, no, we don't want that there. Wait. Hang on, that's the avionics procedural. That shouldn't be. Oh, there we go. No, it should be. Yep, that's fine. We'll do that, do that, do that. Whack that on there like so. Crub that, get rid of it. Get our payload fairing. Whack that on there. Stick that on there like that. Edited, 0%. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. It's got all of the scientific experiments that we could possibly want. Hopefully it will last a lot longer. We should maybe be able to go polar, which would be really, really, really good. For, yeah, 9,863, that's fine. The payload fairing needs to go, we need to sort out staging. Polar, which will be good for the thing. The video thing. Should have just named the Komodo Dragon Dog, then you'd never be wrong with what you called it. That is absolutely fair, yeah. I have kind of screwed this up quite a little bit. By, yeah, shifting around the names. Okay, that needs to go there. And then, I don't know what that is. Why is there two? Oh, it's because there's the, yeah, one there and one there. Right, okay, cool, that's fine. Do I need to tool up anything here? I shouldn't do, because they should all be tooled up already. That's going to be done in 100 days. And then once this is done, then we will have everything that we need to start building the lunar rocket. And I think that's what we want. So, I'm actually going to wait until we get that research in. And then we can start, yeah, working on Lunar Rocket. And that'll be much better. Because, yeah, right, that's going to be not very long. And then I think we want to just start shoving a load of people. I wonder what's a better way of doing this rather than flashbanging everyone. I want to start shoving a load. So many scientists. So, like, literally so many scientists. Because I want to get those 1958 engines about when this gets built. That's the plan. That is the plan. Although we do need to get lunar range communications. Have we finished building that? We have. Which now means we get 734 a day. That's beautiful. But I kind of... Right, no. Let's auto hire some researchers. Researchers come in here. We'll auto hire our reserve funds. We'll keep that at 12,000. We want our final count to be 600. Add. Lovely. We're going to complete lunar range communications tech in not very long, and we are going to get more researchers, and hopefully that means that, come on, our research... We want this to be done in April, but we're not going to quite get it, are we? Because it's going to... Yeah, we're going to need way more researchers than we can possibly afford. Especially as once this is completed, I need to upgrade this in order to get to the moon. 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. Lovely, 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 lovely. How much a day is that going to be? 647, but it's going to be done in April 1957. We don't need to do that quite yet, though. I think we are not going to do that quite yet. How did you do in your GCSE exams? I'm doing mine right now, and I'm low-key scared. I got 1 A star, 8 A's, 3 B's, and a C. Back when it wasn't numbers, because I did my GCSEs in 2009, so a long time ago. I got an A star in statistics. I got my A's in maths, chemistry, biology, physics, geography. Can't remember half of the subjects that I did. And then I completely flunked out at A levels because I was super sick with my diabetes. Although I wasn't as bad as the person in my year that could spell dude with their with their grades. But yeah, GCSEs, they were difficult. They were definitely difficult. I would say they're probably some of the hardest exams you will ever have to take, purely because there are so many of them. When you get to A levels, at least you're a little bit more focused, and then when you get to university, you're even more focused because you just do one subject. I'm definitely passing science and math and hopefully CS, but I'm low-key scared for English. That's fair. Yeah, I needed to get at least a C. No, at least a B in English language to move on to my school sixth form, and I very nearly didn't get it. Okay, right. 600 researchers will be done in no time at all. We're getting 655 per day. If we upgrade this, it's going to mean we get no money every single day, which means our researchers are just going to die, but we will get that in April. I think we're not going to do that yet. I think we're going to wait until we get our researchers. I think that's going to be more important right now. Because I do want to push this as far as possible. I don't have anything built, do I? No. Right, let's start time warping. Oh, what is the best way to view this? Because I am like, it's like flash, 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 oh my god, you know what might be good? It might be good if I turn off, like, yeah, that's a little bit better. We'll go for, like, something that isn't quite as bright. Oh, right, there we go. We've almost finished 600 researchers. We're still, yeah, that took us down to about 100 funds a day less, which is pretty gross. That's going to be done end of April. Oh, if we build this now, that's going to be done 13th of May. I think, I mean, how much are we losing a day? 80 a day. I guess maybe we do move this down a little bit. Minus 30 a day I can live with. For the foreseeable future anyway. That's fine. Because this will be done. And then once this is done... maybe we stop building that so quickly as well. I want to have at least 6,000 or about 7,000. And then that way I can actually rebuild the Tuatara. I can get another one. But this is going to be done very soon. And once this is done, our engineers will stop working. Even though I'm going to make them work on the next iteration straight away. Because we are going to... No, we're not, because we haven't unlocked 1958 orbital rocketry. Maybe I do wait for 1958 orbital rocketry to roll around, and then I'll build the next one. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Our launch complex will be sitting dead for a little bit. Right, cool. That is built. This is going to be rolled out. It's going to take like no time at all. April 1957. We are losing money incredibly quickly. But that's fine. Cool. Let's launch Tuatara 3. Except this is like... not even that. We should probably rename this. This is just going to be a 6,000 kilometer down range. Ooh, what's that? That's a big donation. Whoa! That was really loud.
The moon landing was humanity weaponizing differential equations.
Real Cowgirl, thank you so much for the donation. That's huge. I don't think I've ever seen an orange donation before. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Good day! The moon landing was humanity weaponizing differential equations. Fair? Fair? You're welcome. Thank you very much. No, donations are always appreciated. I think for this live stream series, we definitely need an Ox Kerbal when we start going crude, which we are going to be doing actually quite soon. We need an Ox and we need a Rail Cowgirl Kerbal. And a blue. And a blue star Kerbal. You are going to be my 3 first Kerbals. Thanks to all of the huge donations the 3 of you have done over the course of this live stream series. It's been fantastic. Blue with the girlfriend laptop fund. For selfish reasons, so that we play Subnautica 2 together. And I promise I will try my hardest not to kill anyone. Anyway, this is 6,000 kilometers down range. 6,000 kilometers down range, as well as going polar. And just a load of experiments. We had... I think it was just Tuatara. Yeah, Tuatara was just our satellites. Yeah, no, it will be. It will be. We probably should have renamed the... I think this is probably 5? We've done 2 with biological samples, 2 that didn't have biological... Yeah, this is Tuatara 5. Yeah, we probably should have renamed our advanced biological sample ones to something a little bit different. They could have been the Komodos, because they had Komodo dragons on them. In fact, yeah, they are right. We're gonna sort of, I can't remember what the word is called that I'm looking for. Why do I keep thinking rain check? It's like retcon, because it's like starts with an R and has 2 syllables. We're going to retcon those 2 Tuataras that we had before, and they are now going to be Komodo 1 and 2. Camera's turned off. Probably because it's too dark in here now to even see me. Oh, it's just pointing straight up. Right, there we go. Yeah, it's getting a little bit dark. Camera, stop being drunk. Is it still following? It is still following me. The camera is being drunk. It's been so long since I've, live streamed this late that, it's dark in here now. And I can, well, I suppose I can now get party mood on. Computer, turn on the light. Computer, turn the light red. Oh my god. There we go, we have turned into a brothel. Bare light bulb, get a shade on that. It is a bare light bulb. So there were light shades when we bought the house, and the previous owner said that they were going to keep the light shades in, and they took them all for some reason. Yo, your cam follows your face? I was wondering why it was wobbling. Yes, no, I bought a camera that follows my face because I thought it was pretty cool. Streamer light. Okay, right, so let us launch Tuatara 5, which is technically Tuatara number 3 because we had Komodo 1 and 2. And hopefully we go polar, we go 6,000 kilometers downrange, and we get an awful lot of science from this. I am hoping for those 3 outcomes. I am fairly sure we will hit those 3 outcomes. And yeah, I want to see if before the end of this live stream today. So I do plan on streaming for probably about another 40 minutes. Make this a 4-hour-long live stream. Probably the longest live stream that I've done since I've come back to streaming. I want to see if we can do that lunar impactor before the end of the live stream today. If we should get close. Ooh, look at the clouds over there. That's very, very pretty. Right, so if I come into here, ascent guidance, give it to me. Right, we don't want that. I think if we go for 250 by 250, that's fine. If we go for an orbital inclination of 180, that should be right. Straight down, right? I feel like going straight down from New Zealand is probably the way that we want to be going, because 0 is straight north. I think 180 is straight down, or wait, 90 is... No, 180 is 0 is straight across. 90 is north.
Girlfriend laptop fund part 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blue Star. Part 3? 4? 5? Thank you very much for the donations. Much appreciated. Have you ever tried Space Engine? I have tried Space Engine. I do have Space Engine. It's on... I don't actually think it's on my PC at the moment. Another game, actually, that I... Oh, no, my camera's gone up there again. Probably because I was doing all sorts of weird things. Going like, ah! One game that I've been playing recently, I think is... or at least I played maybe about an hour of, which I wouldn't mind doing on streams, was Solar Expanse. It's from the people that do... Not Project Zomboid, but like Infection Zone. And they got another game that I've played as well. One is like a dispatch game, and then they did Infection Control Zone, which was quite fun. That you can like survive the zombie apocalypse in your own home. It's pretty cool. And then now they've done another game called Solar Expanse, which I think is in early access still. But yeah, I do have it, and I wouldn't mind doing that on stream at some point because it's, you know, space related. Right, I'm just trying to think. Is it 180? Garnassa needs to start a Mr. Blue Star Mortgage default fund. No. I mean, Blue's girlfriend comes along sometimes to these streams as well, and I do talk to both of them. And I did say, I think it was on the last stream, it's like, tell Blue to stop spending all of his money. So I love Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid is such a fun game. There was definitely things that I wanted to do on that. I think 180... 90 is... No, I think minus 90. Minus 90, I think, is fine. Minus 90 is what we want to go for. I think that is going south. I'm pretty sure that is going south. If it's not, then I'm going to be upset. And, right, early shut-off stage is going to be 1. Last stage is also going to be 1. We are going to come into here and we are going to turn on every single experiment that we have at our disposal. Oh, we've already got one running. Video, temperature, there we go. We've got absolutely everything running, and I think we are good to go. We're going to hit engage autopilot, and that looks good to me. Oh, okay. That's not good. That's not going to be okay. That is. What if we go for like minus 80? Minus 70? I want to... Yeah, no. I think because of the huge amount of payload that we've got, we might not be able to do it. Minus 70 might be fine. So my rule of thumb is if we have 800 meters per second of delta V here, that means that we're going to have a good time and we are going to be going to space today. If we do not have that, then it's not going to be okay. Maybe we go for minus 60 and see how much delta V that leaves us. Should hopefully be a bit better. 854. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that payload is really getting in the way. I suppose it is an extra half a ton. That's all fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Fucking send it. We should each play infection-free zone, but do each other's houses. We could do that. I'd be up for that. That's a fun little idea. Which reminds me, I haven't done that from my new house yet. I also haven't played the game from my new home. I played it where I lived when I was living in Essex. Don't live in Essex anymore. But not from my new place. If you designed your own star system, what would it look like? I think I had a similar question come up the other day, and it was like, if you could move around one of the planets, what would you do? And I said, and I still follow by this, I'd move Uranus next to the Earth so I could look at it. Alright, starting a new RP-1 save without Principia right now. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Solar Expanse is so cool, but I have to say it's pretty early. There are some major problems right now. I know someone is talking on my Discord and Beardy's Discord about, I think you can move Ceres, like, to around Earth or into Mars orbit with, like, stupidly overpowered engines, and you can terraform it, and it seems quite funny. But yeah, there's definitely something quite funny. I feel like YouTube should do what Twitch does with ads, where the ad is on screen while the video is on the side. I don't know how YouTube ads work on live streams. The reason why I don't know this is because I pay for YouTube Premium because I got fed up of ads. I know you can use an ad blocker, but you can't really. I've got an iPhone, so I can't use an ad blocker on my iPhone, and yeah, it's just. I'd rather just like sacrifice the. I think it's like £8 a month I pay for YouTube Premium. Bonding is a problem. You will run out of money if you don't cheese the mechanics too much. Did not know that. I only got maybe about an hour in. I think I did a mission to the moon and a few other things, but yeah, I didn't get very far in at all. I did pick up the 6,000 kilometers downrange contract, didn't I? Yes, I did. Reach an altitude of at least 140 kilometers. We're definitely going to be able to do that. We are pretty much going, well, we should be going orbital. There we go. We have separated. We've kind of got a Korolev boosters shifting through each other situation going on here, which is never, ever a good sign. What sucks with ad blockers for creators is that the people who use them don't count as view or view time. I did not know that. I did not know that. Which makes it hard for creators when heaps of viewers use them. Yeah, I did not know that. I know, like, it obviously cuts down on the amount of ad revenue that a creator would get. I didn't know that it cuts down on the view time. That's really interesting to know. View time is a huge, huge, huge important metric. The beta now has this fixed. I hope they release it soon. Fair. Yeah, it sucks that ad blockers make creators lose money. I mean, not that I make a huge amount from YouTube anyway. Doesn't quite cover my bills. Maybe? Didn't cover my bills this month. But it's a nice, like, side thing. Plus, I'm not, you know, doing. I have a full-time job, so that's what I do. Wasn't that why, like, every creator lost a bunch of viewers like a year ago, maybe 2 years? I didn't know that. And lost heaps of viewership as well. Ouch. I've just lost a load of viewers purely because I just didn't upload for like a year. I just installed Sol and Volumetric Clouds 5 and it's working, thank God. Volumetric Clouds 3 weren't working for me. Nice. Enjoy the lovely, stunning, beautiful, amazing, absolutely fantastic visuals that Volumetric Clouds V5 will give you because it is beautiful. There is RSS Volumetrics, which I think we are now using on for all Kerbal kind. That has added like hurricanes and tornadoes and all kinds of new cool things that I didn't even realize that Volumetric Clouds could do. So I've not installed that version of Volumetrics yet. It's going to be something that I look out for my next episode in for all Kerbal kind. But yeah, that is definitely something really exciting. Right, we're going to have about 130 meters per second at Delta V. I don't think this would have been able to go polar with the 1,000 units of sounding payload on. We're definitely going to be able to get that downrange distance though, because I mean we are going to go orbit. If I recall, the AdSense money stayed the same because people with ad blockers weren't generating money for the creators anyway, but the views still counted for metrics, i.e. sponsorship deals. Oh, fair. In a live content world, you don't want to miss anything, and they jam ads at everyone, and everyone is selling something. Ask your parents what they did during ads. They got up and did something. Yeah. I mean, I am old enough that, you know, I remember ads on TV. I'm not old enough where I'm like, oh, there was only 4 channels on the television when I was growing up. We had BBC 1, BBC 2, ITV, and Channel 4. Not quite that old. I always remember having, you know, like, Freeview and Sky and lots and lots of videos. Don't want to pay £5 a month for clouds though. That is fair, but yeah, you can pay it once and you will get it forever. And I'm fairly sure even if you run out, even if you like need to re-download it again and you no longer subscribe to BlackRack's Patreon, if you reach out to BlackRack and you have paid just the once, he will give you constant updates. It's a bit of a faff, but yeah, I'm fairly sure that happens. I was paying BlackRock for about for about 3 years. I don't subscribe to him anymore just because I was clearing out my finances. I probably will once I get my next pay rise at work. And yeah, so I've spent more than my fair share on BlackRock. The channel's running ads, new people would get up and do something else. So during the ads, they'd increase the volume by heaps. Fair. Also, I watch sports, so I still see ads on TV. That is also fair. Not very into sports myself. Be right back. Gonna fill my water bottle. I hope your water bottle is full when you get back. Stay hydrated, people. I have run out of my drink. Almost. There's like the smallest amount left. I don't want to have to use my Be Right Back screen yet. It's not time for that. It's not time for that. I remember car commercials were insanely loud. There are definitely some weird commercials on UK TV. I can't really think of any off the top of my head. I want some Crush'em. A glass of Crush'em. You're using the same glass as you. It's a ginormous... It's like a 2-pint stein that I ordered off of Amazon. Amazon. Gross. I had one when I first went to uni, and basically it was the best thing ever. Right, we are 1,300. Yeah, let's we can't decouple this yet purely because we need that sounding payload. Yeah, we're gonna be a while. Yeah, I had one when I went to uni and I lost it. I think when I moved away from uni and I was like, I absolutely need one. Like, I drink so much on a regular day that having just, you know, like a small pint glass doesn't really cut it. I need something big. I need my stein. Oh, I missed stage separation. Come on, cool, chat back. Exact glass shape and dimples. Nice. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I do hope that you have got a full bottle of water. It was a bottle, wasn't it? It wasn't a glass of water. I think it was a bottle of water that you said previously. You're all living in the Truman Show. Happiness comes when he left. It's time to say good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Cool, we have completed the 6,000 kilometer downrange milestone, and we are going to do something incredibly ballsy because of that. Well, first of all, we're gonna... Oh no, we're not... Oh, we can't get micrometeorite because it needs to be a lot more eccentric. Oh, that's a pain in the butt, but oh well, we might get some video imaging, which will be fine. This is going to last us 30 days, which will get us all of the magnetic scan. That's pretty nice that we'll get that. It's a shame we won't get the micrometeorite, though. That could have been a little bit better. Oh well, not the end of the world. Cool, we'll get some science coming through this over the next 30 days, but what we are going to do is we're going to come back to the Space Center. And yes, it's time to do something maybe a little bit silly, a little bit ballsy, a little bit stupid, a little bit dumb. We're going to come into the administration building. And actually, let's have a look at what we're on right now. We're getting 206 funds per day. We're going to come into the administration building, and we are going to... do I do it now? Do I do it now? Do I do it now and get the 120 reputation, which would not quite put us at the max subsidy? Oh, I don't know. Do I do it now and go for... So that gives us... That will give us 166,000 over the next year. If I wanted to pick up Crude Orbit at Fast, the first year would give us 260,000. And then we get 316,000, then we get 436,000, which is a huge, 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 huge jump. Would start getting a lot of money very quickly. I think we keep this for a little while, just so we get this. What we might do is potentially... Oh, there's another one. I mean, we can do that. We can do first polar orbit. We can do downrange milestone. 7,500 kilometers. Yeah, we can do that, and that will get us, you know, more confidence, which is always great. Or we can do this, which would get us a lot more of that confidence. Yeah, I think we keep it for now. Whilst we get the last of that money out of this contract, although we get a lot more, we would get a lot more, and I kind of just want to move on. Plus, we ain't gonna really do anything with this right now. 400 kg. Oh, I think I cancel it. I think we complete this, complete the program, and then get crude orbit, which we should be able to pick up, because all we have to do is complete those programs, and it takes up 3 slots, which we have the ability to do. We have this takes 3, so yeah, I think we do it. I think we do it. Don't accept it if you can't get the research done in time. You don't reckon we can get the research done in time? It's 1961. And we're getting our research finishes in 1958 at the moment, and that's crew survivability. We've got early flight control, which is by far the biggest one that we need to do, and that's only going to take us like 5-6 months. After that, the big ones are going to be this one, which is a little bit more, and then this one. So that may take... This will take maybe about 8 months, and this maybe about 7 months or thereabouts. Maybe around that region. Maybe 10 months. But we will get more research. We'll get more money to pour more money in. We'll get this done by... If we pick it up, we'll get that done by probably beginning of 1960, which gives us another year to do it. I think we're fine. I think we should be absolutely fine. We'll get a lot of science from going space high. We'll get a lot of science from going to the moon with our lunar rockets. I think we're good. I think we can do it. Honestly, I think that's okay. I think it is possible, and we may just completely kill our run here, but I think this is fine. Right, we're gonna do it. Doing it. Crude orbit. At fast. We were on like 200 to begin with. Now we're going to be, hopefully, even more. Oh no, we've gone down. Wonderful. Oh, that's bad. It's fine though. Right, we reconditioned this. I think maybe once we've reconditioned that, it will go up. And it's going to go up very quickly anyway. Right, yeah, cool. 232 that we get for that. 58 orbital rocketry. Yeah, our engineers. We're not going to even use our engineers at all now for the next, like, however long it's going to take this to be done. We're currently making no rockets. No rockets are being built. I feel like this is a massive waste. We're getting a few bits of science in from that satellite that we've launched. We need this tech. Come on, we need this tech so that we can do our lunar impactor. 3, 2, 1, and boom. Done. Cool. 237. What is... I mean, we could pick this up as well, and we could get some extra reputation. That's absolutely fine. I mean, we've done that a couple times already. It is required. Oh, so we are going to have to do... We're going to have to send up another Komodo dragon. That's okay. That's annoying, though. So, we now want to build up. Did we beat the in real life first orbit milestone? We did. We did. We got to orbit in 1956. And I mean, we're in 1957 already, and we've orbited. We've got like 5. I think we've sent like 5 things to orbit so far. So yeah, we have. We've orbited 5 things, so we were quite far ahead of in real life. So we need to go to, right, don't save. We need to go to Lunar Impactor 1, which is a terrible name. We should now have everything that we need in order to do this, though. I think we've got a lot of unlock credit as well. We might be able to buy ISO tanks. Let's Lunar Impactor 1. No, we'll just save and continue, and then we will get Tuatara 2, because this is the one that works. With 58 orbital rocketry as well, we might be... Oh god, I have closed down the game. With 58 orbital rocketry and the new advanced avionics that we've got, we might be able to upgrade the RD-108s and all of that, and hopefully maybe even get some more tonnage to low Earth orbit, which would be very nice. Like this. Does this have a better engine yet? We do. We have a better... Yeah, we do. We have a better config for this. So that is going to... Oh, okay. That is so much better. I mean, I'm not going to use it right now, but damn, the Gamma 301 is like fucking stacked. 251 ISP compared to 227. That's insane. That's great. It's really good. Really, really good. I know what we're going to probably do on the next live stream. Oh my god, what on earth has gone on here? What the hell has happened here? What? How did that all get separated? Oh, very weird. But there we go. That's back to where it should be. But yeah, we are definitely upgrading some of our engines on this launch vehicle. And yeah, it should hopefully be a lot better. Do we need... Yeah, propellant is okay. If I have a look at the RD-108, do we get better engines? We do. Oh my god, there's so many. 246, 315. They don't actually seem to be better. But they might provide more thrust. No, not really. Yeah, that doesn't seem good because ISP on this one is a lot better. Maybe it'll get better later on down the line. Steamed hams, steamed hams. Aurora Borealis. In your kitchen. Precisely at this moment. May I see it? No. Okay, we're going to simulate this. It's not going to take long to build this either, which is fantastic. We're going to simulate this and see if this works, which it should, theoretically. I'm not going to do any upgrades yet. I think that will happen on the next live stream that we do. But yes, we will give this a simulate and see if we can get to the moon with this, which I think we should be able to. Yep, everything looks fine to me there. Last stage is going to be 2. Lunar Impactor 1. I think once we simulate this, what I might ask in the chat, does anyone have any name recommendations for our lunar series of missions? Because this is going to be the first thing that we send over to the moon, and we're going to be sending a lot of things over to the moon, and I am unimaginative, uncreative, can't think of anything for myself. So I would like to hand it over to you people, you lovely people who have been watching me. You lovely 71 people who have been watching me currently, apparently. I think we maybe got up to over 100 at some points. No, that's surprising for a weekend, considering I've been getting over 100 every weekday that I've been doing, and weekdays usually aren't as good as weekends, so I am surprised at that. Right, anyway, we need to figure out how we're going to get to the moon. Call It Grace in honor of Project Hail Mary. I like it. I like it. I will say that I will probably go for naming recommendations from Blue due to the donations. Why did I read that with Principal Seymour Mother's voice? Seymour! The house is on fire! No, Mother, it's just the northern lights. Leica? Leica's good. Also, your camera went goofy. Again! Why? Why does it do this? I'm going to stop the tracking. If I do that, it should... It is tracking. If I do that, it will stop. Come on. Look at my hand. You're supposed to stop tracking when I raise my hand. It's not doing it. I think it might be the red light. Computer, turn the light white. There we go. Computer, turn the light orange. Doesn't really change the lights that much. Anyway, we're going to go for 250 kilometers. What I want to do is make sure that these stages are all fine. So last stage will be 2 and early shut-off stage will also be 2. The next thing that we want to have a look at is this thing. Lunar Transfer, that's not the one I want. I want the new one. Do I only have Lunar Transfer? I only have... Oh, no. I have TIP, TIP. Which is Transfer Intercept Planner, I think. So... we want to launch in 11 hours and show orbit details. Why is... Next window. Next window, 39.23. Okay, so we want to launch, I think, in 11 hours and 45 minutes at our current inclination. I think this is how this works. So if we go current, 39.23, yep, that's fine. Flight day will be 4.9 days, that's also fine. If we warp, hopefully, we can target the moon as well. I wonder if we launch into planar target, that gives us 21 hours. Does that look like that? No, it doesn't really match up any of those. Yeah, I think what we want to do, yeah, we want to go current and warp. Warp to this. And there we go. Now, if we engage autopilot, this should put us into an orbit where we should hopefully get a lovely, 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 lovely intercept of the moon. So we're going to launch this in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bowie McElface, Steamed Hams, Leica is pretty good, not going to lie, Leica is pretty good. Also, your camera went goofy, I saw that already. What I should stop doing is reading from bottom up. I should pick somewhere at the top, and then I should start reading down. I don't know how other streamers do it, but I know, like, I've seen Veos do it, and Veos is always very good at following the chat. I'm really bad at following the chat. I need to think of a system, think of a way, get a system that works properly. Leica is actually a dog name after the barking sound. I didn't know that. Is that why Leica is called Leica? Because it's like bark in Russian or something. I'm very sad you can't react in YouTube chat. I think you can react to... yeah. Is this when I have to start moving over to Twitch? I could probably start doing Twitch and figure out how to do multi-streaming. I don't know how that would work, though. I also think Twitch is very, very, very much not a fan of doing that. We are close. Right, we're going to physical time warp this, because otherwise this is going to take forever! I definitely need to figure out I think before the next live stream, we might not stream tomorrow. I might next stream on Tuesday, when I might be very sunburnt after my visit to the beach. But yeah, there may be no stream tomorrow due to the fact that I'm going to be at my mum's birthday. But I am having a few problems with bitrate, and I think if I try and improve that, that might make the stream look a little bit better. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 13,500 kilobits per second, and I'm only using 6,000 kilobits per second, and that might make the stream look all sort of like fluzzy, furry. Selena is a Greek goddess of the moon, so maybe relevant. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I think whilst we're waiting for this to get to orbit, we'll wait for people to say things, and then when we are in orbit, then I can have a look and see what I like out of all of the suggestions. I think that's quite weird how the water was moving with the spacecraft then. That looked a bit strange. All my friends that play KSP tell me I'm insane because I play RP-1 as a tryhard and have over 150 hours in KSP. I don't think you're insane if you play RP-1. I like RP-1. I mean, I'm playing RP-1 right now. I think I might have to change the thumbnail for the next video though. This did not get as many viewers as I thought it would. Financially, you're probably better off sticking to YouTube rather than switching, but I could be wrong. I've got no idea. I like the fact that when I do it with YouTube, yeah, I've sort of got, you know, like my whole channel built up around YouTube already, which is why I have purely just streamed on YouTube. Do a poll between Leica, Selena, and what other names are liked in the comms. We could do that. There was another one. I'm sure there was another one. Steamed Hands. Luna McLunaface. Start a poll. Luna mission names. Add option. Right, let's go for... And... this. There we go. We have a poll live! Now! Camera died. Oh my god, what is wrong with my camera? I've turned tracking off as well. I don't think it likes the low light conditions. I think... the low light conditions are kind of like fucking with it a little bit. It doesn't appreciate it. We've still got 300 meters per second of Delta V left after we complete this burn into low Earth orbit, which is absolutely fantastic. It's wonderful. Big Chungus 1. Camera died. Camera just turned off. Yeah, it's weird. It's got a setting where sometimes it will literally just go loop, loop, and turn itself off. It's very great, though, apart from that. Luna McLunaface, the Big Chungus 1. Well, remember, people in the live chat that are currently voting on the poll, this is not just for this mission. This is going to be for our entire series of uncrewed lunar missions. So, take that into consideration. You've got a lot rides on this poll. So much rides on this poll. But it looks like Selena is sort of in the lead at the moment. I can't see exactly, but it looks like it is winning. Right, so what we want to do is please say that we can create a flight plan, because if we can't create a flight plan, that would be awful. No, we can't create a flight plan. Right, let's get rid of some of this rubbish. Surface info, ascent settings, smart ASS. I will keep smart ASS on. PVG settings, you can go. Orbit info. Ascent guidance, you can go. TIP, I don't want you anymore. Delta V stats is always nice to have up, so I will keep you. Flight plan, right, we're going to add a maneuver. We're going to add 3,150 meters per second of Delta V, because that's roughly how much it's going to take us to get over to the moon. 3,150 meters per second. Lovely. We're going to make the plan length be about 5 days, because I think that should be enough to get us, you know, where we need to go. And right now, that looks terrible. Yes, we are going to be missing the moon by quite a considerable amount. But what we want to do is move this to the point where hopefully we should be hitting the moon. And that looks a lot better. Definitely a lot better. I think we are probably burning a little bit too aggressively there, though. I reckon, yeah, that looks like we are going to get very close to the moon there. Maybe not quite there, but it's definitely around that point. Now, what I really want to do, actually, is we don't want to use this anymore. We want to... Ascent guidance is off, right? Yeah, cool. Let's decouple. Let's turn on the RCS. Great. RCS does not work. Any reason why? Any reason why our RCS is not working? Why is our RCS not working? Do we have... Nope. Is it just because that this is not attached? I bet it's because this is not attached, isn't it? I bet because it's attached to, like, the wrong tank or something, that our HTTP RCS here doesn't count. I hate it when it does this. That does mean that I know that to go back. Yeah, because now, yeah, what I wanted to do was change to active engines here. Then, now that I've got sort of like this sort of plotted out, and I was talking about doing Principia earlier on, the next thing that you want to do is then change your plotting frame from Earth-centered inertial to lunar-centered inertial. It looks like we are missing the moon by quite a considerable amount. That's a lot further away than I was expecting. If we maybe do that, 106, 105, 104. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, it's because we're way overburning. Way overburning. This is a lot better. Right, if we go like that. Oh, God. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's moon impact. That is us smacking the moon very solidly. Not that we're going to be able to do it with this mission because we have no RCS. You forgot the correct propellant. No, we do have the correct propellant. We have got the RCS here set to be HTP. The configuration is HTP, and we have HTP and helium in these tanks, which should be the fuel for this. So yeah, we do have the correct propellant. We do have avionics. It's just that sometimes RCS likes to be a little bitch, pain in the ass, and has decided to screw us over this time. But I think we're not going to look to fix that in this live stream. I think I'm going to be done now because it is 10 PM. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. It looks like Leica has won as well. We're going to end the poll there. And top result was Leica. Just 35% of the votes were Leica. So our series of lunar missions are going to be Leica. But thank you everyone for coming along to this stream. My head now really kills. Probably a combination of wearing this hat and a combination of staring at my screen for the past 4 hours and constantly talking and being in a room that is still, despite it being 10 PM, 32.3 degrees centigrade, which is disgustingly hot. But yeah, probably no stream tomorrow unless I get back in decent time from my mum's birthday, but I'm not entirely sure if that will happen. And there are video ideas that I want to work on anyway, so I'm not sure if I will have the time, but there might be. Keep an eye on this space. But thank you everyone. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for your time, for spending 4 hours with me whilst we progress further on with this RP-1 career. And until the next stream, I have been Karnasa, and I will see you later.